Welcome, friends, to another episode of Cinematic Realms. I'm your host, John Webster. With me, as always, is my good friend and co-host, Jared Kozel. How are you doing, Jared?
I am doing splendid because we get to discuss one of my just something I love very much, which is Lord of the Rings, and in particular, one of the apotheoses of this entire cinematic canon that we've had a pleasure to see, because these final 4 episodes, and in particular, these final 2 episodes, are among the best content we've gotten in this world, to be honest. And that includes the tremendous Peter Jackson films, but the highs that this show reaches is honestly, it's up there. It's up there with them.
Yeah. Boy, we're going to have a lot to talk about tonight. Strap yourselves in, folks. But before we get to that, at the risk of extending things even further, I do want to apologize for last week because I wasn't feeling so well. So I asked Jared if we could postpone our Back to the Future stream. And he graciously said yes. But also there was the fact that we were always going to talk about the second half of season 2 of the Rings of Power this week. So unfortunately, Back to the Future is getting pushed to next week, tentatively, because as Jared and I were just talking about, we Floridians, especially people in my area, have a hurricane barreling towards us sometime this week. And truth be told, I don't know if I'm going to have power next weekend. So we're just going to have to cross that bridge when we get to it. But we are, barring that, we're planning to cover Back to the Future next week. So hopefully we'll be back on target. I want to say hi to the people joining us. Welcome, one and only Tinkerbell and Danny McKay. So great to see you guys. I know Cassie is going to be joining us shortly, but she just got home from work. So that's okay, because we're going to be going for a while. Yeah. I guess we'll just start with the big picture, Jared, because it is one hell of a big picture. How are you feeling after these episodes and after this season?
I am feeling heartbroken, but also incredibly fulfilled, which is what the best storytelling can often do. And in particular, when I was thinking about how would I summarize like the big picture of what we just witnessed, not just with these last couple of episodes, but with the entirety of season 2. And I came back to something that I had mentioned on our original discussion, and I reiterated it on our discussion of the first 4 episodes, where I thought that season 1 of The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, was one of the best proof of concept first seasons that I've ever seen from a television show, because it was a show that should have been impossible under many circumstances, would have been considered impossible in any other era, would have been impossible, but it worked. And that meant that we would get the rest of the story, because, Amazon's got the money and they're going to, take us to the end, fortunately. Season 3 renewal incoming. But in particular, when I think about season 2, and if I thought season 1 was one of the best proof of concept first seasons I've ever seen, the 2 words that come to mind most prominently for season 2 are promise delivered. Because god damn, did this show level up from what I already thought was an extremely high bar that it had set for itself. It is, it's not a perfect season. There are some storylines that I felt perhaps needed a little bit more time to, or could have benefited from maybe the characters appearing in another episode or 2. But I tend to value fiction that can reach the highest of highs and just give me the emotional catharsis at that level that I crave. And if it can do that, I am willing to overlook things or forgive things that perhaps don't work quite as well in the other parts, as opposed to something that perhaps is rock solid and consistent at a very high level but never reaches those peaks. And this show has a very high baseline, but the peaks that it reached, particularly in these last 2 episodes, as I mentioned, were astounding. You know, they really feel like some, you know, not both in terms of like the historical lore, you know, of the world and seeing things that we never thought we would get to see on screen, but more importantly, in terms of the characters that we have come to know and love, whether they are characters from the heart of Tolkien's original story, who we knew from Lord of the Rings, or perhaps, or whether they are completely original characters for the show that feel like they belong in this world intimately. The emotional journey that we went on with those characters was moving, and it felt earned and complete. And by the end, when we reach, in particular, the final shots of this season, which is how, when I realized that was how they were going to end the season, I just had the widest grin on my face. It felt so good. There it is. Yes, there are several images that I would say, when I think about what is a perfect image that defines epic fantasy, there are several from these final few episodes. This shot of King Gil-galad and Galadriel and Elrond and Arondir overlooking the Valley of Imladris, which will be the future site of Rivendell, sword raised as the refugees of Eregion cheer and vow to carry on the fight. I'm like, put this in the Louvre. More importantly, put this in a like full-on like 60 by 60 poster on my bedroom wall so I can look at it forever. Because, damn, it's all there in that image.
Yeah, it's funny. There were things like this that like I should have, you know, as a Tolkien fan, I should have expected that coming after you know, the estate from Eregion, that you know, they would come to the Valley of Rivendell, and but you get so caught up in the drama of the show that you kind of forget that you know, these sort of touchstones of, you know, of the lore. And so when Galadriel wakes up and they're in, you know, they're in a valley, and you're like, oh, I know what this is, and it still manages to catch you off guard, even if you kind of know that that's something that's on the horizon. And I certainly didn't, for some reason, didn't expect that to be how the season ended. And just the spine tingling sensation of knowing that's where we were, and it was just absolutely glorious. I thought we'd jump around on the stream. Didn't realize we'd jump right to the end.
We'll get back to it, but there, yeah. That was the highest of highs that it left me on, and so I had to acknowledge it there. And yes, when I think about other images that need to be posters on the wall, Durin and the Balrog, definitely another one.
Yeah, and oh my God, just talking about the finale, and that as a cold open, when the credits came after that, I was like, oh, fuck. Pardon my language, but yeah, it's I was like, that's how we're starting the finale. I mean, just absolutely amazing. Let me see if I can. I think I had that as, yeah, I did get a capture of that. Just absolutely incredible. Oh God. Yeah, I mean, I'll just go into sort of my overall thoughts. And I know what you're talking about. I view some of the storylines this season as kind of certain characters have to go through you know, their Danny and Karth seasons, where they're not like, uh, they don't get the big, you know, central emotional storyline. They're kind of, uh, the narrative has to carry them from sort of, if season one brought them from like point A to point B, and the season is kind of carrying them from point B 1.5 or point B to B 1.5, and that's okay because it's a very sprawling cast of characters, and um, and the trade-off is that we get to spend time with characters who, again, talking about how I don't like how I should see certain things coming as, being familiar with the lore. But going into the season, even though obviously I knew that Celebrimbor was going to be a vital part of the story, somehow I didn't expect the emotional center of the season to be as zeroed in on him as it was. I don't know why, but I think you just get used to the fact that we'd established sort of Galadriel as the center point, but we are, so much of the season was all about spending time with Celebrimbor and Sauron, and their relationship, and just, and it feels like that's something that they were teeing up last season, but I couldn't have imagined we would have gotten in the way that we did. And so, and then meanwhile, you're still carrying forward Galadriel's story, which, and then there's the, showdown between her and Sauron, in the finale. And, you've got all these other threads, Durin, and what's going on at Khazad-dûm. And so certain storylines that I feel like were central to season one, like the Harfoots storyline, um, that kind of, even though we got a lot of good stuff um, with Nori and Gandalf, I can say it. And, even though there was solid stuff for them, and in the case of Gandalf, some very significant forward progression, it does feel like they weren't as much, the centerpieces of this season as last season. Um, but as I said, that's sort of a given with the nature of a cast of this size. And I feel like I made the comparison to Game of Thrones. I feel like it's very similar to where, you know, um, you had seasons where Danny's storyline kind of felt like it was, the pedal was easing off the gas a little bit, only then for the next season to come back, and she had a very strong season until, you get to the end of the story, and as, a quote from that show, those are on the margins eventually come to control the center. And I feel like it's very much, what we're gearing towards with this show. I think you're going to find that, I don't quite know in which way yet, but that Gandalf and the Harfoots are going to sort of come more towards the center of the story and play a bigger role. So, so I'm okay with the fact that certain storylines kind of felt like they weren't as central this season, because what was central was just so mind-blowingly amazing. Uh, as I said, I just adored Celebrimbor's story. It was heartbreaking. It was, emotional. It was just, what a portrayal Charles Edwards gave us. And I just feel like you know, he only got 2 seasons, and he wasn't in season 1 nearly as much as he was in this season. But I just feel like he's cemented his place in the legacy of great Tolkien characters.
Yeah.
And we're also going to talk about Adar as well, because I think Sam Hazelbine, am I getting that right? Like I came into the season a bit worried because that was a recast, but I was left completely floored by his performance throughout the season, and he embodied Adar so well that you know, in that shot in the finale where he is against the log and he's hiding himself for a very specific reason. But I completely actually in that moment I forgot about the recasting, and I was actually surprised to see his face when he turned around, not just for the obvious reason, but for to see the actor, because I was like, he just so like got the character and made it an almost nearly seamless transition that um, that for me it's virtually the same. It is the same character, and it's as seamless as you can imagine. I think it's one of the best recastings I've ever seen, because one of the bones I had to pick with Game of Thrones was every time they recast a character, they just let the actor do their completely own different thing, and they would have a startlingly different look for the character, and they didn't do that with Adar in the show. It very much felt like a natural progression, and yeah, so I mean, those are just a couple things. We've got a whole lot of ground to cover, but this season was just so mind-blowingly incredible, and the scope of it. You know, I'm talking a lot about the characters and the emotions, but the scope of it was just insane. Uh, you know, you were talking about it measuring up to the films, and like it's, you know, this has to be some of the, if not the most epic television I've ever witnessed. Um, to the point that it almost didn't even matter that it wasn't on the big screen. It felt like it was exploding off the screen as I was watching it. And I have to say, it's really funny because last night, as I was, before I rewatched these episodes, I ended up, I was I've finally been able to catch up on season 2 of the Apple TV show Foundation, which I feel like is probably the science fiction equivalent of, you know, this being as far as the scope and scale. And so, like after the past 24 hours of stuff I've been watching, I'm like, hey, other shows, you need to you need to bring your game up a bit, because it's just between those two shows, absolutely, you know, unparalleled scale. Yeah, so I'm speechless about this season of the show. It's well, not entirely speechless, otherwise this will be a quick stream. But yeah, I just bravo to everyone involved, because it's insane what they pulled off.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, it helps when you have the money from Apple or Amazon to fully deliver on a promise of, you know, these kind of epic scale and visuals. But some of the, as you said, most like amazing effects work and costuming and cinematography that we've seen in a television show. And frankly, it puts many feature films to shame. But it wouldn't have been as indelible if it wasn't for the fact that the characters would always form the heart of the story, and our emotional investment in those characters is what allows us to invest and immerse ourselves in that world. And in particular, with a sprawling cast of, you know, dozens, if not hundreds of characters on an epic fantasy show like this, there are all characters who will to give the story a spine and a structure to follow. There are characters who will have to be at the heart of the narrative, and then there are characters who will have to, at least for a time, potentially take a little bit of a back seat. And as Game of Thrones fans as we are, like, we're well accustomed to that. You like take season 2 of Game of Thrones. That is very much a Tyrion season and a Theon season and a Jon season in many ways. It is less of a Dany season and less of like a Jaime season because he's prisoner for most of it. But then when you come back to season 3, it's one of Jaime and Dany's best seasons. So we know that it will circle back to those characters. And in particular, one other thing that Game of Thrones did is if they knew that a character, it was going to be the last season for that character, or it was an incredibly consequential season for the character, they often got a little bit more of the shine, in that season. And in particular, for this season, the characters like Celebrimbor and Adar really formed an emotional core for the season, on almost kind of opposite sides of the character who was, I think, the central figure in the season, understandably so, and probably a central figure in the series, which is the Dark Lord himself, Sauron. Whereas, for instance, Galadriel was perhaps unequivocally the lead character of season 1, even if there was, other characters in different storylines who took the lead. She definitely had a lot of rich material this season, but she was more part of the ensemble, even though she became very central, particularly in the final episodes and especially in the finale. But as she kind of, took a slight step back, other characters took even a big step up. We got a lot of Elrond in season 1. I think season 2 Elrond was front and center in many ways. And I think that, we had gotten a lot of Durin. Durin took Durin the Fourth, I should say, took a big step up in the conflict with his father. Whereas, characters like, for instance, some of the Númenóreans, their storyline was a little bit more about setting up things to come. But that's okay, because for those of us who know the lore, we know Númenor is going to play a huge role in the upcoming seasons. And so you needed to do a little bit of what, the showrunners will sometimes call moving the chess pieces around in order to get them there.
Yeah.
And there's still some great emotional moments, particularly in the Númenórean storyline, that I can't wait to discuss. But ultimately, at the core of it, as you said, this season was really structured in many ways around the battle, I should say, the siege and the fall of Eregion, and the characters who were instrumental to that, which were Celebrimbor, Adar, Sauron, Elrond, and Galadriel as well. And that's the stuff that, frankly, I thought worked almost perfectly. And I think that in particular, for a storyline that's perhaps a bit more removed from the narrative, like the Gandalf Harfoot, storyline off in the East in Rune, that's a storyline where perhaps I felt like the narrative was in many ways ongoing, even when we weren't watching it. When we talk about that storyline, like I'll mention, I thought that there were maybe a couple scenes that felt like we missed, and that those scenes happened, but we just didn't get to see them because they didn't have as much time. But the stuff that we did get with Gandalf, and as you said, now we can say it openly, we never really had much doubt, but we knew, and Tom Bombadil, and with the Harfoots, was great when we got to see it. It's just that it was not the heart of the season. The heart of this, the showrunners made a very clear idea that the fall of Eregion is one of the most important events in this era of Tolkien lore, and it needs the space to breathe. So we are going to give it that space to breathe, and we are going to emotionally ground it by sinking into the absolute beauty and tragedy of Lord Celebrimbor, character from Tolkien's, direct lore, and one of their original characters, Adar, who was so good that I almost forgot that he's not a Tolkien character, because he just feels that important. And I totally agree with what you said. I mean, I loved Joseph Mall's performance in season 1. I thought Sam Hazeline really started to make the role his own in the first few episodes of season 2, particularly, as I said, that story that he told about him becoming corrupted and becoming one of the Moriandor. Being deceived by Sauron, but the way it just built to an absolute epic tragedy in the final 2 episodes of this season, I agree. He made the character his own. And while I'm not saying his performance is necessarily better than Joseph Mall's, so they're both incredible, like, in many ways, he became the definitive version of Adar just in time for us to tragically lose him. And for us to be saying that about an Uruk is amazing, because that is something the Jackson films did not do.
Well, yeah, it's one of the great achievements of this whole season, which I think I wasn't online really except for a couple times to see what the discussions were. I think earlier on I was a bit more on social media and stuff, and I know there was some stuff about the orcs, and there's some people didn't like that they were being humanized. But for me, that's one of the great triumphs of this season, that not only was Adar's story a tragedy, but the story of the orcs as well is really their great downfall in a way, is that is that Adar cared for them so much, and sort of that ends up being Sauron's way into corrupting them, is the betrayal they feel from Adar sort of opens them up to being susceptible to Sauron's deception, and the fact that that is what causes them to be forever more enslaved by him is just so freaking sad. And that was one of the things that really just that whole story is so utterly tragic, and of course the fact that the orc who was Adar's second in command, who actually is the first one who to see Sauron, and is the first one to then be susceptible to in deception, and he then betrays Adar and kills him. The fact that he is so ruthlessly and easily dispatched by Sauron just for bringing him bad news is just it's just so horrible.
Yeah, it when I think about some of the lines that are most indelible for me from this season, there are many that we will discuss throughout this stream, but one that will always stay with me for as long as I watch and remember this show is the moment from the second to last episode, Doomed to Die, which I think is probably a series highlight, which was when Adar is becoming increasingly desperate and determined that they have to take Eregion at any cost, and at any cost means the lives of more and more of his children, because that is what he has in order to stop this greater evil as he sees it. And the line when Glug, his kind of top lieutenant and one of his closest son, basically says to him, "Why are you doing this? You told us you loved us." And when Adar turns around and says, with all that is left of my heart, too much to let you become Sauron's slaves. God, that hurts so much, just seeing where the story ended up, because Adar was ultimately, he was in many ways doomed to this fate from the beginning, but and his fate was almost set an age ago, because as King Gilgalad once said at the earlier in the season, once it is said that once the deceiver obtains a being's trust, he gains the ability to sculpt their very thoughts. And while Adar was Sauron's enemy for all of this season, we learned back in episode 1 that Sauron was the one who ultimately offered Adar the wine that led him to become one of the first Moriandor. And so Adar did trust him at one point. And to see that an age later, even after Adar thinks he's broken free, and even after he killed Sauron's physical form himself, he is still in many ways trapped in Sauron's design, because as Galadriel said, keeps telling him, unfortunately to no avail, this is what Sauron wants. He wants you to attack Eregion. He is manipulating you to do this. And Adar is, in his mind, it's like the only way out is through, because he just can't allow Sauron to win this way, and to, take his children and make them into slaves who have no will or real agency of their own, after everything he had fought for them in season 1, giving them a home, giving them even if they attained to that brutal and rather terrible cost. For him to find his way to that, and actually, have a possibility where he could have, achieved his end, not by killing Sauron, but the end he almost achieves with Galadriel when he puts on one of the 3 rings, and it heals him back to his original elvish form. But then he realizes, no, this is not who I am anymore. This, the name I had before wasn't the one that I needed or wanted. Adar is the name I earned. Help me earn it back. And he wants to do that by trying to heal the divide between Elf and Uruk, and allow them to, unite against their common enemy and live in peace together. And whether or not that would have been possible, we'll never know. Obviously, we knew from the future canon that it would not go out that way. But in that moment, it feels like it could be, because Galadriel and Adar have done in this scene what we have never seen an Elf and Uruk do, which was reach a common understanding, grounded in their same humanity as Adar had once told Galadriel. They are both children of the one, servants of the secret fire, same as you. And to know that could have been possible, but it was taken from them because in the small interval when they kind of took their eye off of Sauron, he used that interval to corrupt Adar's children and make them betray him in the same way that Sauron himself was betrayed in the opening scene of this season. God, it was devastating, but it's beautiful in the most tragic way. Like seeing Adar lying on the ground, getting stabbed by the orcs, mirroring Sauron being stabbed in the opening scene of this season. Narratively, you could have told me that, yes, that will be Adar's fate, and that makes sense. Seeing it happen, I just was not prepared for how much it affected me. It's one of the more haunting deaths in all of the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, no, and to get to that moment with Galadriel and Adar after, and that's been building. That builds throughout these last couple episodes from, when Galadriel's moving through Adar's camp while she's escaping, and she sees him, grieving over the orcs, and it's just to see that progression from where the two of them started back in season 1, where she had absolutely nothing but contempt for him. It's just such a beautiful, as the word we keep using, tragic, because it is, it ends so horribly, but just, man, what a fantastic job they did with the character of Adar, and Yeah, it was one of the things that I went into this season worried about. I always worry about recastings, but it's he did. It was such a powerhouse performance, and I love both actors, what they brought to Adar, um, and yeah, it was just so beautifully done. Um, as we're talking about Sauron, let's talk about Charlie Vickers. And um, I got to say that this has completely upended, you know, the way that I view all of, Tolkien's mythology to, because particularly the Lord of the Rings, because so much of that story, even the books, it's Sauron is this embodiment of evil. We get in the books, it's the metaphor of the eye of Sauron. In the books, in the films, that's made literal, of course. I've never been able to imagine Sauron as, as sort of flesh and blood, three-dimensional character, even when reading the Silmarillion, because of the way that that book is written. Um, it's they're more figures, mythological figures, than characters. Um, and incredibly compelling to read all the same, but still, it's different from, really understanding what is sort of what makes a character tick. And this show has just done such a masterful job of like really depicting someone who, Celebrimbor just nails it when he says, "You truly are the great deceiver. You can even deceive yourself." And that is Sauron. You know, uh, you know, I'm struck by, as horribly evil as he is, there's something incredibly, at the risk of overusing this word, tragic about him as well, in the fact that he's really, it's impossible for him to see the true error of his ways, because the one he deceives most of all is himself, and and he's gaslighting everybody. It's like, he's never the one at fault. He's trying to save everyone, and if anything bad happens, they've brought it on themselves. He's actually just trying to bring goodness into the world, and it's just, the way it sort of retroactively makes you look at, when he's in his Halbrand guise throughout season one, and also for a moment here in season two, or in the last episode. It goes to show, like, he says, when Galadriel says it was just all part of your deception, and he says, not all of it. He says that because he believes it.
Mm-hmm.
And when you watch his character throughout season one, it's, as much as the Halbrand disguise is meant to deceive Galadriel, it's also deceiving him. He buys into it.
Mm-hmm.
Until it no longer serves him at the end of the season. But he even still goes on to use it in the beginning of this season for as long as it's of value to him to get into the doors of Eregion. And it just, like, it adds this whole other dimension now when I think of Sauron as a character, and what's going on in the time of the Lord of the Rings. Um, and I just never thought that I would think of Sauron in that way, in the fact that he's almost not even, of course he is in control of it, but there's an element of him which almost feels like his evil is almost beyond his control, because to him, he doesn't see himself as evil. And it's always everybody else. It's it's such a incredibly well written, you know, character and story point, and I just, and Charlie Vicker's performance is just out of this world and insane. Just when he's talking to Celebrimbor at the end, he's like, look what you've made me do. It's like, are you shitting me right now? That's the look. That's what Celebrimbor's face reads to me. He's like, really? And it's just, and the fact that he weeps when he kills Celebrimbor,
Yeah.
it's like he's done all of this, and yet he grieves him as his dear friend. It's just so messed up in so many ways.
Yeah, which I've read in interviews since the finale that Sauron shedding a tear there as he falls, as he kills Celebrimbor, was not in the script. It was something that Charlie Vickers added to the performance, and that is what a great actor can do: is find those hidden layers of humanity and draw them forth, even in some of the most monstrous villains. Because one of the things that makes this version of Sauron so fascinating is that he is, a more human, even though he is a Maiar, character in this adaptation than he is in the Peter Jackson films, where he's much more of the removed, malevolent, evil, dark force, and that is incredibly effective because he feels overwhelming and powerful. Here, we're a bit more ground level with him. This is earlier in his reign. And, as Cassie points out, and as you pointed out, Sauron deceiving even himself, it is a tried and true statement that, self, deception and self-awareness can often go hand in hand, because Sauron is in many respects incredibly self-aware. He's been awake since the breaking of the first silence. He has gone through an incredible amount in his very long immortal life. And that exchange where he talks with Celebrimbor about, it pains me to treat you like this, and Celebrimbor is kind of aghast and is like, as you treated countless others, and he says, no, as Morgoth treated me. He is very much aware that he is part of a cycle of, what is ultimately, as many have pointed out rightly, because it's quite overt, a cycle of psychological and emotional and physical abuse with devastating consequences. And he is aware of that. But the self-deception comes in as he keeps saying that, he intends to heal Middle-earth. It's because there is some part of him that cannot face the fact that to truly, break the cycle and actually allow Middle-earth to heal, he needs to, as Galadriel very pointedly tells him in the finale before she throws herself off the cliff, you want to heal Middle-earth, heal yourself. He can't do that. That is why, perhaps one of the reasons why he did not go back and seek the forgiveness of the Valar at the end of the first stage, because there is some part of him that fears to face that consequence. So he has, in many respects, refashioned himself into the savior. But as we had pointed out at the end of the first season, when he has that, very revealing line like heal or rule, and he tells Galadriel, I see no difference, that's where ultimately the aims misalign, and is what makes him a true villain. But a fascinating one to watch, because it's his, desire to conquer and to rule, and also his mind to heal, is intimately enmeshed with the psychology of this very broken being. And for Charlie Vickers, a mortal man portraying, this immortal, spirit, one of the great, evils in this world, he has to find those small moments that make him both make him sympathetic, but also make him monstrous. And I think about I think about the tear that he sheds when he kills Celebrimbor. I also think about the scene in Doomed to Die, episode 7, when Celebrimbor has finally broken the illusion and he's shouting at Sauron, like, who are you? And Charlie Vickers as Sauron is staring at him, and his eyes look monstrous and almost inhuman, and he just twitches this single muscle in his cheek. That's it. That's the only thing he does, and it makes him look like one of the most unknowable and evil creatures ever, because you're just like, that's a scene where you're like, oh no, this man is not human. This man is the devil incarnate in this world, very much.
Yeah. God, I'm just. It's at a certain point, I just have no word. It's just so incredible because, and I thought like he did such a phenomenal job last season, just as Halbrand, and it's like it's so much because this season we can see the wheels turning. You know, in season one, even if a lot of people kind of theorize that okay, Halbrand is Sauron, we weren't like the he was playing Halbrand. He was playing that straight, and I know for the first couple episodes, he was in the dark about who he was actually playing, and that just kind of helps because now when you go back and you like this season, we're kind of on the outside of it, looking and witnessing how he's manipulating Celebrimbor. Whereas last season, we're on the inside of it, actually, where along with Galadriel, we are being, deceived by Sauron. And it just to go back and watch all that, it just, it makes it so sickening, to just to witness that. And it's just the fact that Charlie Vickers has been able to play so many different dimensions to this character while still like he's not playing entirely different characters. Like it is all Sauron underneath until closer to the end of the season when it is just when it fully comes out and he's not hiding anymore. And it's just it's absolutely incredible the transformation that we see over the course of this series. And what I love is that actually in the last couple episodes of the show, like he's not even hiding in the Anatar guise, starting with like episode 6, I think. He's just sort of come out and he's just Sauron, but by that point everybody in Eregion is so under his sway that it doesn't even matter. So yeah, it's that's something that like I want to take my figuratively take my cap off to the costume designers of this show, because what they've done with him is just out of this world, and I loved what they established for the Anatar version of him earlier on, but just then to really see him as Sauron, and especially once we get the face off between him and Galadriel, and he's just completely embodying this character that for most of us has just been, this character that we've heard a lot about, but we've never ever gotten to actually see him, completely, shorn of all disguises. It's, yeah, and I just think it's absolutely incredible. And yeah, I do have to wonder. I would love to talk to Charlie Vickers and see how he feels about like now there's no more artifice around it. Like he is getting to play Sauron, and how that must feel as an actor.
I mean, it's the role of a lifetime. He's making it the role of a
Yeah,
lifetime because he is finding layers to this character that, we had known for so many years in one form, and he's now showing us the side that we had always heard about, Sauron in fair form, Sauron the deceiver, to actually see that realized on screen has been one of the great thrills of this season and this series, because it's showing us that this is ultimately one of Sauron's truly greatest strengths and what makes him so formidable. It's not just the fact that he's a powerful sorcerer or that he is ultimately able to he's a master craftsman in many ways and will eventually command a vast legion of orcs that he is kind of subsumed to his will, as he seeks to do for all Middle Earth. But it's these interactions that he has with these characters, these very small, subtle, but incredibly consequential lines and inflections of his voice that he puts in that make you realize just how effective he has been in bringing people in, under his spell, as he kind of, in that moment when he faces off against Celebrimbor and Celebrimbor thinks he's got him cornered, then Sauron just kind of smiles and says, "You think it was only you who put yourself in my power?" And you realize just how wide is the web he has spun. It's chilling and terrifying to think about, because there are characters in different storylines who are talking about Sauron's influence, even where he hasn't been or hasn't been there in many, in some time. His shadow currently extends to Numenor, where Pharazôn is realizing what he was and what he is. It extends all the way to the far east in Rhûn, where the Dark Wizard is talking about him and Gandalf is talking about him as like, this is the evil we have to stop. And you're thinking, well, it's only one man, and until very late in the season, as Galadriel points out, he has no army of his own. He needs to lure Adarths there. But it is all his game and it's all his design. It's because he understands how to manipulate people. And we see that on a grand scale with some of our most epic heroes like Galadriel, who has had, her story of this entire season has really been her coming to terms with just how far she allowed Sauron to, to get inside her mind. But we get it all the way down to very small characters like, the tragedy of Myrdania, and what happens to her in the fall of Eregion, and, there are hundreds, every elf in Eregion did ultimately fall under his sway. And it kind of, it lasts briefly, but there's the moment when, Celebrimbor has finally broken three of the spell, and he is cornered by the people who should be his vassals, and they're basically like, "We're taking you back to the tower by order of Anatar, Lord of Eregion." And you realize he has these people in the palm of his hand, but his spell is not unbreakable, because as there are things in this world that are stronger than darkness, and we will talk about them in detail. Light, loyalty, love, these are the things that can break the spell. And ultimately, his spell is broken, not in time to save Eregion, but time enough to preserve the hope for the fight that will come.
yeah. I really adored that moment when what he says to Galadriel about it is not strength but light that holds evil at bay, because this is of course echoing what we hear very often in the Lord of the Rings about and the Hobbit about there's that great speech in the Hobbit: An Unexpected Journey that Gandalf gives to Galadriel about um, you know it is acts of kindness and love that keep the darkness at bay. And why Bilbo Baggins? Because I'm afraid, and he gives me courage. And and it just feels like obviously it has more immediate ramifications, inspiring the elves to keep going and and look to the light. But it did feel like it had so many reverberations for where the story eventually goes. And I loved that what he says to Sauron, it kind of had a double meaning where he says, I foresee that it is one that will be your undoing, which of course, in the most literal sense, he's talking, he's prophesizing the One Ring. But I also feel like it's a little bit, prophesizing Frodo Baggins as well. Or, if you have a different interpretation, you could say Samwise Gamgee. but the point is, I felt a lot of sort of foreshadowing of the goodness that will come in the further ages of Middle Earth that will eventually lead to Sauron's downfall. And it just was so great to have that coming from Celebrimbor, who unfortunately we do lose, at this point, but not before he really gets to stick it to Sauron, which, which is so great.
Yeah. No, I mean, Celebrimbor, as you had pointed out, is very much the heart of the season in many ways, because he is the one who perhaps falls the deepest under Sauron's spell and shadow and pays the most terrible consequences for it, not only in terms of, his life, but his city, all the people that he was responsible for as the Lord of Eregion, and his life's work, his mission to create something of lasting beauty and power, if that was his greatest ambition and became his greatest downfall. And that's the core of his tragedy. But what makes it, ultimately still a powerful and empathetic and hopeful story is that he does manage to break the cycle in the way that Sauron cannot and will not, because he manages to, he has an inner strength and an inner courage and an inner light that ultimately can't be broken, and that is what allows him to free himself from Sauron's influence. And his reward for that, unfortunately, is not to go on and, migrate to Rivendell with the rest of the elves. He dies in many ways, he is a saint-like figure in that way. And there's some very, saint-like imagery with him being impaled and, put up on the pillar and shot full of arrows. But, in many respects, it is a victory for him. That scene where his death scene, where he is talking about Sauron is trying to get him to give up the 9 rings, and he has those moments where he sadly talks about the kingfishers and how you used to be able to hear them singing around this time of day. What a pity it is that you have silenced them. And then he talks about that, going, soon, the rings are beyond your reach, which sadly will not be the case, but soon he himself, Celebrimbor, will be beyond Sauron's reach, because he will be going to a place that Sauron cannot follow because of his choices. And that, but before he goes, he's going to get that last prophecy in, that even if Sauron will not acknowledge it, will haunt Sauron till the end of his days. Because Celebrimbor is 100% right when he tells Sauron, and Sauron is just angrily insisting, I am the creator of the rings, I am their master, and Celebrimbor just says quietly, no, you are their prisoner. And then, returns the line about Sauron being the Lord of the Rings that Anatar had tried to wow him with back in episode 2. And here we get, the kind of the payoff for that in a much quieter but devastatingly effective scene. And while the title drops can sometimes be a bit on the nose for people, I thought this one was perfect.
Well, because it's a damnation, yeah. It just says, which is the way that Sauron, slyly intended it for Celebrimbor, even as he presents it as something great. And the same thing is now being thrown back at him. And yeah, and God, it's like you were saying at the beginning of the stream, like, and it's something that we talked about with earlier this season about when Anatar first presents himself. Um, these moments that just feel so amazingly, you know, larger than life because it's they just feel mythic and incredibly epic, which in a series of episodes that are filled with like traditionally epic moments, it's these small character-based moments that feel truly epic because they feel just like they're um, just major moments within the mythology, or at least in this version of the mythology. And yeah, it's just this whole sequence had like, chills going down my spine. And of course, doubly for the fact that it brings us back to Galadriel's vision in the beginning of the season, and to see that so horrifically, brought to life in this fashion. But I really love the fact that Sauron, says, I have ways of prolonging your suffering, and, but then all Celebrimbor has to do is like goad him, with, talking about, like calling out his actual weaknesses and the fact that he will be prisoner to the rings, and Sauron lashes out in anger. And, even though eventually, yes, he does recover the nine, but he's actually putting that objective into danger here because he allows Celebrimbor to bait him into killing him, the person in his hands who actually knows where the nine have been sent. And, and so Celebrimbor actually frees himself by doing that. And, but then of course we get that, you know immediately after that we get the orcs entering in, and it's just that's so sad when you know he says, what is your name, or and and you can see that just because of everything that's been built up the entire season uh him and Adar, and just that moment, you know, it's they're just ready to be turned, by Sauron in that moment, and it's so sad.
Yeah, as soon as one cycle of abuse is broken with Sauron and Celebrimbor, another starts almost immediately when, and because that orc character, Glug, was a character that we had been following consistently throughout the season. We had even gotten the moment in episode 3 where we saw him with basically his wife and child, which again became a controversial point for some, but it should not be, because that is the way of things here. But we had also touched upon the fact that like Glug became the face of the orcs who were starting to question Adar and his single-minded devotion to killing Sauron and freeing them all of his influence. And Adar, explained why he was doing what he was doing, but eventually the cost just broke Glug. And the tragedy of it is that, Glug clearly seems like he was an orc who just wanted to, go home and probably be with his, wife and kid in his new home. But he did, but who does he turn to when he loses faith in Adar? The one person who is not going to allow him to do that, Sauron. And in fact, just, when he speaks out of turn for daring to suggest to Sauron that they, fall back, and in that moment, and Sauron is in his feels because he's just, lost Galadriel there, and Glug's life gets cut immediately short. So he does Sauron's bidding and gains nothing for it, and that will be the story of all the orcs who now fall under his spell. And it's a miniature tragedy that has much larger implications. But so well.
Yeah, and I really want to shout out Robert Strange, who played Glug. What a performance throughout the season, because can't be easy to deliver a compelling performance under all that, orc makeup. And I actually thought he was fantastic. You mentioned that, moment earlier on when he says to Adar, "You said that you loved us." Just like I never thought I'd have my heart broken by an orc. And yeah, it just absolutely amazing. Um, yeah. Yeah, let's switch gears a little bit because I don't even know where we're going at this point. Let's talk a bit about the dwarves because that kind of leads into the big battle as well. Throughout these episodes, we get to see the corruption of Durin the Third, and by the way, just the great Peter Mullen, uh, what a journey I've been on with him as an actor because I remember seeing him all the way back in Braveheart. Um, he's like uh, one of the two soldiers that we get periodically throughout that movie, and it always made an impression. And I've seen him in various things over the years, and I'm always like, oh hey, the guy from Braveheart. And so to have seen him as Durin the Third, he's just absolutely what a great performance, and it really heartbreaking to see his corruption by one of the dwarven rings, and um, and everybody talked about with his final scene. We mentioned about yes him leaping at the Balrog and all that, but for me the most powerful moment of that scene is just him removing the ring, uh, and having that last moment with his son, which I thought was just so, and that's really what makes that scene as powerful as it is going into the opening credits of the finale, because obviously him and the Balrog, that's a very powerful image, but it's the emotion underneath that really sells it, and it's just I love I just love the fact that we never lose sight of the human underneath throughout this story of all these episodes, where it's clear that something is really wrong with them. Because yes, we know the dwarves to be, historically they're very, you know, obsessed with gold and and treasure and all that. But we do hear from Durin the Fourth that greed has never been his way, and just to see him overcome by that, it's I actually like. I'm not in the habit of like talking about things that I are better than this or that or whatnot, but as a point of comparison, I actually do think that for me this was a bit more compelling than what we got to see in the Hobbit films uh, with Thorin's fall and Battle of the Five Armies. I always thought that could have used a bit more nuance. And for me, I think the the fall of Durin the Third in this series kind of is where he's always still treated as you know a human being, and we're constantly like we see why Durin still sees his father underneath everything that's happening to him, and um, I don't know. I just thought it was really powerful, and to see Durin the Third really sort of, or the Fourth breaking. I might get them back Durin the Third, Durin the Fourth, but to see his son really sort of breaking down when he realizes he's going to be faced with confronting his father, and doing something about this, and you see it's still his son who just wants the love of his father. We get that great moment where he comes in with the plate, and Disa is like, oh god, all he had to do was give that back to you, and your putty in his hands. But because that's such a natural thing, we see, to have a son just wanting the love of his father.
And we had seen that throughout the first season, like that they had a loving but sometimes conflicted relationship because they were so very much alike, so stubborn, and when they found themselves at cross purposes, it resulted in an almost of a breaking of the relationship. But they never lost the love there, and it made it all the more heartbreaking earlier in the season when we saw them reconcile, but this was right around the time that the Seven Rings were being introduced, and we knew that Durin the Third would become susceptible to it, and then to see him start to slip away again in a much different way. Durin the Third very much became almost a villain in the back half of the season with his greed and his cruelty and, in some respects, violence. They don't make it explicit, but it seems like he may have severely injured or killed several of his, loyal followers just because they wouldn't obey him and his commands to dig. And but throughout it all, even though he was playing much more of like a single-minded and hard character, as Durin the Fourth tells Disa in that scene where she's basically saying, we're going to have to do this, we're going to have to, overthrow him. And Durin's like, I can't do it. I look in his eyes, I still see my father. And at times you were wondering, like, is that just what he wants to see? Is Durin the Third truly gone? But the great payoff is that in this final episode, we realize, no, he was right. His father was still there. And it needed that moment of, love and clarity that he gets, sadly, in the tragedy of the overwhelming realization of what his greed has unleashed in the form of the Balrog. But it's enough for him to break that spell and remove the ring, as you said. And yes, the epic visual of him leaping at the Balrog is incredible, like one of the best images we've seen in the entire series. But what makes that scene one of the most indelible in this entire show, if not the entire Lord of the Rings canon, is the moment where Durin the Third turns to his son and, after recalling the anecdote about the arm wrestling, just says, I never let you lift your hand. It was you, just you, getting stronger. Forgive me, my son, King Durin. God, I'm getting like almost teared up just thinking about that moment. And then, of course, he turns and he sacrifices himself. And there can be a good faith debate about, like, did he have to do that? Did he perhaps take the easy way out by not facing the consequences of an actions and, trying to, have more of a heroic end? And he does, and I do think that his actions have purpose there, because by leaping at the Balrog and causing it to strike him and kill him, he does seal that passage off and basically buys the rest of Khazad-dûm more time, which is an interesting angle, because I think most of us assumed that once the Balrog was out, that was it for Khazad-dûm. And it was, because we'd always heard that it would just fall once the Balrog was unleashed. But we're going to get a very interesting story in season 3 now that Durin the Fourth has been set up to take up his father's mantle, because it seems like we're going to be in for a bit of a succession crisis and a political, consequence. And one of the tragedies is that, in many ways, the sins of the father, Durin the Third, are going to be visited on the son, Durin the Fourth, in the sense that he made all these other dwarven lords pour in, tribute before he would give them the Seven Rings. And now they're going to show up and say, hey, we paid up. It's on you to give us what we are owed. And then there's this mysterious brother who we haven't seen but heard mentioned, who it seems like will probably be a rallying figure for those lords. And then the Seven Rings are still in play, lest we forget. And the Balrog is still down there. And eventually it will be unleashed. And we can see that, like, there is basically a time bomb has been set under Khazad-dûm, and it will go off. And we knew it was there, but now the amount of fire that's been added to the, to the fuses is like, it might not be able to be contained.
Yeah, I stand by the fact that it's Durin the Third sacrifice that actually keeps the Balrog at bay, because it's it seals the tunnel, and his last act is to try and uh, you know minimize the damage that he's actually done. Um, and so no, I'm not, I'm fine with that. You know, and plus, I always never pass up the opportunity for a great character exit, and visual, and it's what we call poetic license. Um, and no, I think because it does have the effect of sealing the tunnel again, that I feel like that's actually earned. So, um, and yeah, it's just great. I know Cassie made the mention about she feels like Narvi fans were robbed. I don't feel that way. I actually really enjoyed Narvi throughout the season. I thought he was great. I was, we got lots of great moments with him, and I do love the moment between Disa when you know when she does the singing, and he's like, "That's supposed to scare us." And she's like, "No, but they are." I thought that was great, and no, because he felt like this is the kind of sane uh, second in command that you kind of want, where yes, he's following his king's orders, but he's also going to use his own common sense as well, and he's like, no, there's some shit going on with our king. We need to do something about this.
Yeah.
And then let's not forget that he ends up leading the dwarven forces eventually to Eregion. So no, I think he gets a lot of great moments, and I hope we get a lot more of him next season.
Yeah, no, I mean he is a character from Tolkien lore. He is a character who had been mentioned in those stories. So I'm glad he's still around. I'm glad we'll have another face to kind of populate Khazad-dûm. Shout out to Kevin Eldon, who is mostly known for his comedic work, but he had a couple roles in Game of Thrones. First as the rather flamboyant member of the theater troupe in season 6, and then as another cameo as a soldier who gets a hammer to the face from Gendry in season 7. This was a little bit more of a developed role, and he's almost unrecognizable under all that makeup, but he does provide very much kind of a more grounded perspective that is a welcome, addition to the perspective we get from Durin and Disa, who are, obviously very, relatable and sympathetic characters, but they're also going through their own emotional conflict. So it's nice to have somebody who's in their corner going forward. And I am very interested to see where this story with Khazad-dûm, ultimately goes, because if we know it will end in tragedy eventually, like that was the promise from the moment of, knowing this from the films and the original story, but it will be all the more tragic to know that this kingdom that was once so full of light and life is being undone, will ultimately be undone, as we learned, by greed, and short-sightedness, but also perhaps by an act of desperation, because the tragedy of it is that as long as the 7 rings are still in play, there is always the possibility that they will be used. And even though it seems impossible that Durin the Fourth would ever pick up one of those rings, and afterwards he saw what it did to his father, I think one of the great tensions of the upcoming season will be, will there be a point where he is driven to where he feels he has no choice but to take up one of those rings? And if that happens, it'll just feel all the more devastating, because he'll know the consequences and think he has no other choice.
Yeah, no, I mean it's Chekhov's gun, isn't it? As soon as Disa says, "Promise me you'll never put on one of those rings," and you're like, "Oh shit." Yeah. And of course, we get the great moment when Elrond comes to Durin to ask for his help, which they eventually do make it, but not as soon as they could have, which unfortunately does lead to a lot of tragedy for Eregion. But we get that great moment when Elrond does come and he says, "I need your axe, old friend." And it's just it's so great to see those two together again.
Oh yeah, no, that was in episode 7. That led to two of the best, one incredibly thrilling moment and then one incredibly heartbreaking moment. When Elrond beseeches Durin that, death awaits us if you do not come to our aid, old friend. And then Durin gives that absolutely awesome speech where he's talking about, the enemy thinks that he can basically use our greed to sweep us from the field throughout a fight, but we can show him that Dwarven loyalty is stronger than any sorcery. And you're just like, fuck yeah. But then it leads to the moment of tragedy where, of course, when Durin III takes that moment to go down to the mines and start digging, and when Narvi runs up and tells Durin, you need to go stop your father. If you take your army to Eregion now, Khazad-dûm might not be here when you return. I just remember the pit dropping out of my stomach, and I was like, oh shit. This is what breaks Elrond's faith in the dwarves, isn't it? Oh God! And then that moment when Elrond is basically telling all the other elves, he'll come, Durin will come, and then Borahil crests over the hill and he doesn't have the dwarves, and Elrond is just broken and he can't believe it, and he keeps repeating, Durin will come, Durin will come, Durin will come. You're just like, no, and it obviously, like as you said, they do eventually come. So perhaps that is walked back a little bit, but the delay was not without consequences. Had the dwarves been able to show up in time, Eregion might have been saved. As it was, they managed to secure the retreat for the survivors, but by the time they do arrive, Eregion is lost. So,
but and of course, then we're just talking about the fact that. Okay. I'm going to take a moment. I've been fine thus far because I don't mind disagreements in the chat. They're fine. We welcome everybody regardless of what your opinion. But what I won't tolerate is people telling other people how they should feel. So I'm just sending out a warning to one of our people in the chat. Just because you don't enjoy the show, that doesn't mean that other people aren't free to enjoy it. I'm going to give you a warning. Just behave, please. Okay, let's get back into the conversation. But yeah, no, it's a great it's a great moment when they finally do show up. But it's just. And okay, now I know what I was going to say. It's about the fact that Eregion is doomed, of course. We all know from Tolkien's lore that this happens. So even as I was like, oh, please let the dwarves show up, it's like, oh, wait, they can't show up because Eregion isn't going to be saved, because we know this very much from the lore that that's it just can't be prevented. But it is still good that we get the moment of, I think, one of my favorite moments from that, and in an episode with a lot of great moments, but there was just something that I really thought was kind of hilarious, but also like fist pump worthy when when Gil-galad goes, dwarves. I just love his delivery of that.
Benjamin Walker puts some sauce on some line readings this season that is just great, and that in particular was like, you can say that line, can have that line in the script, and then you have the way that the actor performs it, and that was a moment where he took what could have been a very straightforward and perfunctory moment and made it like a little bit extra in the best way.
Yeah. Another great moment that he had was at the end of the episode when I forget the exact wording of it, but where he says something to the effect of Galadriel is like, I can't recall, your company ever being so peaceful. and just with the antagonism between those two throughout, these first two seasons, it does kind of feel like they've arrived, at, at a good place of at least, having a bit more respect for each other. And yeah, but he's, for someone who I feel kind of felt like he got a little bit of the short end of the stick in season 1. He's actually gotten some really good moments in season 2 where he gets to bring some, a certain quality to Gil-galad that, it is kind of like he gets moments that are kind of veering on being really hilarious. But he also has to be very serious, and that sort of feeds into some of the humor.
Yeah. No, I mean, Benjamin Walker is doing a great job with this role, and it does help that, this season he got to, step out from, his leafy halls of Linden, where he was very much, the king who was, kind of overseeing everything and worrying about the grand picture of the fading light of the Eldar. This season he got to, break out his spear, Aeglos, and go kick some ass, and, ultimately, be the king who's leading and going where he's needed, which is, as we will know from the Legendarium, like, ultimately he will be one of the pivotal figures in the Last Alliance. So it behooves the show to kind of set that up and build him up, that he's really a formidable force in that way. But it also helps that he gets these moments with characters like Galadriel, where we see that they, they ultimately are on the same side, and there's, true affection there, but that doesn't mean that they don't, have some friction or rub each other away at certain times. And it is also notable that, because we know Galadriel is this almost ethereal, magical being from the time of the Lord of the Rings, and here we're seeing her as a younger and kind of going through some trials. And, Elrond kind of takes Galadriel to task as well, but they're much more like, friends, so their dynamic is different. Here it's fun to see King Gil-galad's basically like, yeah, I'm a little tired of your shit, but I recognize that we're aligned in this, so I'm going to, I'm gonna, go along with it, but I also recognize your value, and I do have affection for you, but also, I'm gonna tease you a little bit, and I think that that's a great sign to his character.
Yeah, and I also go back to the beginning of the season when she reveals that Halbrand is actually Sauron, and he delivers a line that is like an Elvish word, but it comes across as more like a grunt, or he's like,
and I love that moment too, and the moment where, like, when Galadriel is basically keeps talking about Halbrand, and Gil-galad keeps having to insist, Sauron, he's Sauron. Remember, you told me he was Sauron, but you keep thinking of him as Halbrand, and it's a comedic moment, but it also is seeding in the fact that yes, Sauron very much is still in Galadriel's thoughts. And specifically his Halbrand form, because the moment in their final duel when he momentarily reassumes the Halbrand form and she hesitates, and there are multiple ways to interpret that. There's the comedic shipping thing where she's basically like, oh, there's the pretty face I fell in love with. But it's not actually, obviously it's part of Sauron's deception. And what I love particularly about this portrayal of Halbrand is it's obviously the Halbrand that Galadriel knew, but it's just very slightly off. His hair is different. He looks a little bit different, and it's because, in this respect, it is Sauron trying to once again pull the wool over Galadriel's eyes and deceive her. So he looks off. And the music in that scene too, you know, they bring back in Halbrand's theme in that scene, and it sounds it's Halbrand's theme, but it sounds ever so slightly off. And I just thought that was a great, you know, beat to show Sauron trying to manipulate Galadriel visually and emotionally throughout this fight.
Yeah, it really reminds me of when he disguises himself as her brother at the end of season 1, where that looked off, you know,
Yeah.
where there was just something off about the look of, you know, like, yeah, and you can chalk that up to sometimes, well, the makeup is being done at different times in the production, but I feel like the fact that it's kind of been done twice now, it's very specific, like it's recalling back to this thing that you found comforting, but it's wrong because you know something's wrong, and so I thought that happened. I was like, no, something's off about that. And yes, part of it is probably because they didn't have time to, at that point in the production, to have him grow back as much of a beard, maybe. But I do also feel like it serves a purpose where it's like it's, you know, he's trying to lull her back in with the familiar, but she knows that it's not right. So for that reason, I think you're supposed to be slightly unnerved by the fact that it's Halbrand, but it looks a little off.
Yeah.
And yeah, no, I love I love that whole moment where, you know, after that, and he says, you know, I see your mind, and the door is still open, and she says, the door is shut. It gives him a swift, you know, roundhouse kick, which is just like one of my favorite moments.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and I mean, and that really is like the culmination of Galadriel's arc throughout the season, because, you know, she essentially feels immense guilt and shame that she allowed Sauron that far into her mind in season 1, specifically in the sense that he made himself what she needed in that scene. In that season, you know, as the figure who could, you know, provide her with the army that she was needing to ironically hunt Sauron. And that is very much what how Sauron works. You know, Celebrimbor has the line that, like, some part of him always knew that there was something off about Halbrand / Anatar, but he wanted what he offered, so he blinded himself to it. And in many respects, Galadriel did as well. Now that the scales have fallen from her eyes, but because she had allowed Sauron so far in, he thinks he can pull them back over on her. And he does have, whether or not it's romantic or not, you know, people will have different interpretations about that. What he clearly does seem to want from her is her light, so that he can use it to further his own ends. You know, when he keeps making this offer to make her his queen, you know, he had the line at the end of season 1, you know, you bind me to the light and I bind you to power. He sees it as very much, you know, a transactional goal for them to potentially, you know, rule Middle Earth together. But ultimately, Sauron is the one who is coming at this from a manipulative perspective. You know, he knows Galadriel would not truly want this, but he thinks he can, you know, bend her to his will in that way, with the promises of, you know, making her his queen. But she recognizes in that moment that, you know, I have been trying for the past 2 seasons to defeat this man, to kill him, to avenge my brother, who he, you know, had a hand in his death. And she gives a great, you know, effort, but ultimately, you know, she is physically overcome. So what's left for her is to make that emotional victory, much like Celebrimbor gets. You know, she may not be able to plunge her sword through Sauron's heart as she once wanted to do, but she can't deny him this. And she can also, you know, get that needle in of the you let me in, I let you inside my mind, but you have also let me inside your mind in that process. And I know you too, and I know that you are broken, and what you seek to do to heal Middle Earth, you will not be able to do unless you heal yourself. And so I will prevent you from, having this thing that you think would make you whole, but it won't. And that feels like a victory for her, even though she obviously ended the season, she gets terribly physically injured and wounded and would have potentially died or fallen into the Shadow Realm without the assistance of the Three Rings. But I feel like when we catch up with Galadriel in season 3, she will be in an emotionally different place because now she's had this confrontation with Sauron that she needed to have. And I think it has changed her, fundamentally. And we are perhaps on the way to seeing her become much more of the character we know in Lord of the Rings, where she recognizes that perhaps there are other ways to fight this war and fight this evil and fight this man.
Yeah. The reason why I just loved this whole sequence so much was because, well, first of all, it was really great to see them really confront one another and her to get to really just, no longer sort of neither under his sway and also not reeling from the realization of who he was. So she gets to firmly kind of stand up to him, and also like never undervalue or never underappreciate the value of a really great action sequence. And this fight between them is just so great. The choreography is amazing, and it was just so much fun. I really liked the sort of hand-to-hand choreography of this show. One of my favorite sequences from season 1 was the training scene in Numenor. Both for the choreography, but also for thanks to the skills of someone who miraculously we have not mentioned yet, Mr. Bear McCreary. Which I'd like to think that even for the people who have issues with the series, I would dearly hope that Bear McCreary's music isn't one of those things, and hopefully something we can all agree on, because it's a masterful score. And for that sequence in season 1, he brought a real sort of swashbuckling energy to that scene, and what he does this season is just like absolutely insane. He just brought his A game just as much as he did with season 1, but he seems like all the music for all these episodes was just, incredible. He's done such a great job of really channeling, what Howard Shore brought to the Lord of the Rings films, while not being able to use any of that material. But he's carried forth the same spirit and the type of scoring, as well as, he's not just copying Howard Shore's style. This is very much Bear McCreary's score, and you can tell that he's got influences of everybody from Howard Shore to composers like Jerry Goldsmith, Elmer Bernstein, his, mentor, and just all these, just wonderful composers. And for my money, he is one of the best modern composers because he can do so many different things. I will say the only part of his score that I struggled with a little bit this season is one of the songs which, had a heavy metal element to it, which I imagine made a lot of heavy metal fans really happy. Just for me, I rub up against stuff like that, with otherwise very classical scores. But I will say it wasn't because it was unimaginative or like lacked any skill. I think it's actually really creative in a lot of ways. I'm not a heavy metal guy, so So that is probably the only thing that I rubbed up against a little bit. But when the rest of the score is just one of the greatest, works of film music that I've ever heard, it's hard to be too picky about that. Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry. And what I'll say is, like, when I had heard the last ballad of Damrod, like in the preseason lead up, I was like, oh, that's an interesting choice. I don't know if that's gonna fit as well in the show. I actually thought the way that they deployed it within the show itself was less obtrusive than I thought it was going to be, because it was kind of mixed in with the ambient score and sound, and it felt just more like, part of the soundscape that was introducing this character of Damrod the Troll. When they play it over the end credits of episode 7, the heavy metal becomes much more overt, but that's the end credits, so it's kind of a separate thing. But some of it's not my favorite score on the soundtrack, but I think I get what they were trying to do with it. And the other music that's in the back half of this season, it's some of the best that the Bear McCreary has done for the show. I've listened to, Battle for Eregion, in particular, that motif, that battle motif that I think we had originally first heard in season 1 when Adar was fleeing from the battle in the Southlands and Galadriel was chasing him, and we got that choral element start to bring. That was one of my favorite elements of the season in season 1, and for them to bring it back in the Battle of Eregion and at the end in the last track, the sun yet shines. I'm just like, this is epic, epic, epic stuff.
Well, I feel like it's funny because I feel like Bear really kind of he had to make it a larger part of the fabric of the score, because he ended up using that as part of the overture that got that he wrote for when the music was introduced at I think it was Comic-Con back before the first season premiered. That overture that he played had Galadriel's theme, and it had that piece as well as a couple other motifs. And so it felt like it was going to be, a really big part of the score, and it ended up just being for that one sequence in season 1. So I'm glad that he brought it back as more of a force in season 2, because I love that piece as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the man is a genius. I do remember, and I probably mentioned this in the season 1 stream, but I remember when I first started listening to it, because I was a bit grumpy when when it was announced that he was doing the music and that Howard Shore had only scored the main title, and I was grumpy that Howard Shore wasn't more heavily involved. And I remember as I was listening to some of those tracks, actually, I think when the soundtrack was actually released before the series premiered, I was like, well, it's a really great Bear McCreary score, but it's not Howard Shore, which was so totally unfair of me. And then about a half an hour in, I was like, okay, never mind. No, it's not Howard Shore, but this is a freaking absolutely stunning, amazing Bear McCreary score, and one of the best, if not the best, pieces of like television scoring we've ever gotten. And to sink deeper into what he's done, for this season, I just especially, like, there's so much great music, but my mind immediately goes to the music for Eregion when Celebrimbor, goes outside trying to see what's going on, and it becomes Sauron's illusion. And it's this very idyllic setting, and the music is very, you've got like the children's choir, and and it sounds all very peaceful. And then as Celebrimbor goes back in, and the reveal happens of what's actually happening outside, and the music gets darker, and then it goes to Sauron bringing up his arms, and you've got the tuning of the orchestra behind that as he's conducting everything that's happening. It's just like so absolutely astonishing. You know, okay. I'm just gonna say, like, all right, like, to the person who's, you know, in our chat, you've made your point. Um, uh, either, you know, either move on, or, you know, we're gonna ask you to leave, but you know, don't keep reiterating the same stuff over and over. There's a lot of people in our chat who came because they enjoy the show and they want to talk about it with each other. So please respect that.
Yeah, no, I mean, we'll just say we welcome opposing views of the show. Like, we love it dearly. That's why we're talking about it. We don't mind if criticisms are raised or if someone says that something doesn't work for them. Just try not to speak with absolute point of views about saying that, like, you know, that about trying to assume what J.R.R. Tolkien would have wanted about this show, or saying that true Tolkien fans don't appreciate it. We don't subscribe to that point of view. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And I will also say that a big part of this channel is that we talk about the things we love, and we don't waste our time discussing things that we don't like. And so that's the spirit in which this channel exists. I would say that, you know, if you don't enjoy this show, that there are probably, you know, I would suggest you go, you know, and go elsewhere. This may not be the channel for you. And yeah, like I said, don't mind opposing viewpoints. Just don't keep reiterating the same things over and over. Okay, let's go ahead and pause here. We're gonna do the mid roll. I held off on it because I think that we're you know, maybe we're at the midpoint because we already established this was going to be a long stream. And yeah, so what was I going to talk about? Okay, so next week, tentatively, we are going to be talking about Back to the Future. As I said at the beginning of the stream, there is a storm headed this way. So there's every potential that I might be without power next week. So if that happens, unfortunately, Back to the Future will end up getting postponed again. I hope that doesn't happen, but just in case it does, just letting you guys know. And then we kind of have to work on what our schedule is after that. I know we've had some ideas, but we need to sort of nail them down. But we'll let you guys know what else is coming up in the future. Yeah. Aside from that, I guess that's all I have to say. I will say, like, as a side conversation, I've been having a lot more time to catch up on some shows that I've been wanting to watch. I mentioned that I finally, after about a year, got around to watching the second season of Foundation, which just goes to show how far behind I've been on things for so long. That I absolutely adored the first season of that show, and I think my plan was originally to wait a month into the second season so I could just order Apple TV Plus and binge the whole show in 1 month. And that didn't end up happening. And now, having watched the second season, I'm kicking myself because holy shit, it was amazing. Anybody who hasn't gotten into that show, it is like one of the most audacious, you know, examples of science fiction on television that I've ever seen. It's just, like I said, it's the scope of it is comparable to what Amazon's doing with Rings of Power in terms of the scale of it and the money behind it and all that, and the performances are just out of this world. Honestly, anything with Jared Harris in it, I'm just in love with. So yeah. Danny is mentioning the Penguin. Yeah, I've been watching that as well. That is so amazing. Which I've just been reminded now that he mentioned it that the next episode is tonight. I completely forgot, so I'm going to get to watch that when we're done with the stream. Yeah, no, that is amazing. Speaking of great performances, I mean, holy shit. And then I'm trying to think of what else I've been watching. It's been a lot of stuff. I've been proud of myself. I've been doing a real good job of like catching up and barreling through some stuff because especially that I have Netflix again. But yeah, it's just it's nice to finally not be so far behind on all my stuff. And I've been back into my reading as well. So working my way through, I'm just about done with Children of Dune finally. And I'm like so emotionally heartbroken about many, many things in that book. But yeah, I think I'll be taking a break from the Dune series after I finish that and pressing on to some other stuff because I've had those Dark Crystal YA novels sitting on my shelf for years, and I want to finally check those off the list as well. But yeah, no, so enjoying a lot of stuff, and I did just speaking of things that are divisive, I just got to go see the second Joker film the other day without knowing what the general reaction was because I wasn't paying attention to any of that, and absolutely adored it. But I've noticed since then, I haven't delved too deep into it, but I've noticed that the reaction is not quite what I would have imagined it to be when I was coming out of the theater. So, but that's okay.
We'll see. I have not gotten a chance to see Joker Filet do yet. I am keen to do so. I have seen the reactions. It's been hard to escape, but I will try not to let that color my perception before I go in, and hopefully we'll be able to enjoy the film on its own merits, as I try to do for anything like that. I am very much, in terms of just what I'm keeping up with, something that you had been wanting me to do for a while. I finally finished Shogun. And goddamn, that show was so good. One of the best, first seasons I've seen for a show in, a minute. And I feel like I would have been perfectly happy to see the series leave right there. I won't deny that I'm keen to see where they go with season 2 and season 3. But yes, that was well worth the wait. Anna Sawai and Hiroyuki Sanada, well-deserved Emmy winners, as was the show itself. It was a special.
Are you weeping?
I mean, I was like, I knew I managed remarkably to avoid essentially almost all spoilers about Shogun before the end, so I managed to preserve that experience. The one thing I knew was the tragic fate of Anna Sawai's Lady Mariko. So but that didn't make it any less powerful when I got to that episode. It was astounding. And yes, I will miss her terribly, but the show had many other great virtues as well. And if it's going to come back, then I'll be happy to see it when it does. And yes, the Penguins.
Yeah, I will say there is a part of me that's like, oh, if they could have just like left Shogun where it's at, like, just because sometimes it's really good to just conceive something as a mini series and just leave it there. But at the same time, I'm like, oh, but I could stand to see a couple more seasons of it too. So hopefully they do a really good job on it. We'll see.
We'll see. It'll be a while before it comes back, so we can sit with that for a while. And in the
Well,
meantime,
yeah,
enjoy.
and actually that ties into the conversation of this series as well as kind of a sidebar. Like, and I think they actually had a little conversation about this on Force Center a little while back too, and the fact that a lot of these shows really are kind of not just in sort of how they're conceived story wise, but also in terms of like how long it takes them to get made. It's a lot of these television seasons have become basically extended films, and because they're such huge productions that it's sort of we end up having to wait the same amount of time as we would have to wait for a new movie. How do you feel about that as sort of a
I'm of two minds of it, because on the one hand, I was spoiled by the original epic fantasy series that was foundational to our love for the channel and our friendship, Game of Thrones. The fact that they were able to put out in a set like a high quality movie caliber version of storytelling for basically on an annual basis for effectively 7 straight years before they had to take a little bit more time with the last season or two. I just think that remains one of the most impressive feats in television history. And I'm like, well, why can't other shows do it? Because they don't have that same production crew. And I won't lie, waiting a couple of years for between different shows I don't think it's the greatest thing for business, because, we're still in a crowded media landscape where it's hard to get people's attention. And when you take that much time away, it can be hard to get it back, what the Rings of Power managed to do, they actually seem to have a pretty successful second season, even though they took a 2-year break. But, for other shows that have had to take a similar, hiatus, sometimes they have not managed to maintain that level of momentum. And, we, like, for instance, it's going to, by the time Andor comes back, it'll have been away for like 2.5 years. Granted, some of that was the strikes, delaying the show. And when we get the second season of Ahsoka, it'll be like 2 years away. And we'll have a couple other shows I've been loving, like Three Body Problem. That's going to be like a 2-year wait. And so I don't love it, but I'm, especially because as the episode orders are starting to shrink, it feels like it's taking more and more time and more effort to get less and less storytelling. But ultimately, if that's what's necessary in today's landscape to still have these high quality shows, like, I'm okay with it, as long as there's a consistency understanding that it will come back. Like, I fully recognize to make a show like The Rings of Power, you need more than a year. So as long as we kind of remain on a somewhat regular, like every 2 years ago schedule, I think that's okay.
Yeah, I think the difference when it comes into a show like this is that it really does, like, it's a major motion picture production. And in a lot of ways, even bigger, because it's, 8 hours at least. And especially in the case of like these last 2 episodes, is like epic on a scale that, is, just like one of the, Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings films. And those only came out, once a year because, the majority of production was done, at one time. And so they had a lot of, that already filmed. So, and in the case of Game of Thrones, you go back and watch that show, those, a lot of that is relatively small scale in comparison to what's being done on, say, a show like this. And for like the first 4 seasons of that show, the battle episodes were done by Neil Marshall, a director who's known for making more out of less when it comes to, battle things. So I don't feel like it's until you got later in the series that they really started to stage like feature film caliber, big, huge sequences, which is why then the show started to take longer. Um, and but yeah, I will say it's amazing they were able to do what they did, one year after another. But yeah, anyway, so I just thought that would be an interesting conversation to have as it relates to, not only the show but a lot of other shows, because it's becoming more and more of a reality. I do think it's a little silly when there's shows that are relatively smaller scale that are now taking 2 to 3 years between seasons. It's like that's, it seems like now they're just using the excuse of some of these bigger shows doing it. But but it's part of the changing landscape, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there obviously is like a corporate stuff that goes on behind the scenes and people trying to balance out budgets and reduce costs, and that's not ideal. That's not what we want to see driving the storytelling, but it ultimately depends on the final product. And in the case of something like the Rings of Power, the money is on the screen. We can see where it's going, as opposed to some other shows where you're basically just like, they're okay, yes, you're taking you cut the episode order and you're spacing out how often you're airing the show, and you're ending the show at like 3 seasons, and it's clearly because you don't want to pay the actors that much or something along those lines. So it's it's a reality. It's the new reality of streaming television, but that doesn't mean good work can't come out of it. It just means that it's frustrating sometimes, and I've heard people express that.
The good thing, at least, is that there's so much content now, as evidenced by what I was saying before about me still catching up on a lot of stuff that I want to watch, that it's not like you're ever out of things that you can watch while you're waiting for your favorite shows to come back. So let's go ahead, dive back in. Let's talk a little bit about. There's certainly more stuff with the Siege of Eregion that we can talk about, but let's talk a little bit about Gandalf and the story in the East, which we only get a little bit in these final episodes, because as we said, it kind of takes a back seat. But for me, I'm fine with that. I got the big emotional moments that I wanted, which was, it just. I did think it was really funny when they were calling him Grand Elf. I'm like, part of me was like, we're not doing this our way. And not because I didn't find that genuinely funny, but I'm like, you're going to give it to us, right? You're not going to have this be another season of, winking at the audience and leaving us hanging. So I was so relieved when, he went back to see Tom and he says, Gandalf. That's what they're going to call me, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, that makes the earlier scene just funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I loved it, and and I'm sure there's probably been some stuff online about how, I think I saw an article that says, oh, the reveal happened and it's, exactly who you thought. And I'm like, well, nobody should have been expecting to be surprised or, or like for some big, huge, shocking revelation, because as far as I'm concerned, they revealed that it was Gandalf at the end of last season. because he gets a line that's directly from, Felton, the film version of Fellowship of the Ring. So I was like, it's absolutely Gandalf. And so I feel like this season was not about any kind of shocking surprise of who he was going to be, but more about just watching him come to that self-realization of, of who he is, who he wants to be, and then coming upon his name.
Yeah.
It's for me, it worked beautifully, and I loved. I could have even stood to have Tom in more of this season, because it feels like we just got a little bit of him, but I really enjoyed having him in the story, and I feel like we're probably going to get more of him next season as well, and I'm perfectly happy about that.
Yeah, everything with Gandalf and Tom Bombadil in this section of the story, I thought was just excellent. I think that in particular, having Tom Bombadil be kind of like, in many ways, like a mentor figure to Gandalf in this earlier phase, as the eldest being in Middle Earth, as he says, and given the perspective, makes all the sense in the world. And the showrunners, Patrick McKay and J.D. Payne, had actually made an interesting point that, like, before Gandalf goes off to the Grey Havens at the end of Lord of the Rings, he goes off and he goes to catch up with Tom Bombadil, and it's like that kind of implies that they would have had a prior relationship in the past. So I thought that bringing Tom into this section of the story worked extremely well. I loved seeing him finally don the hat and the boots and take Gandalf off on his quest to find the staff. And obviously, like, when he sets it up as the framing of the, you need to make the choice between your friends or your destiny. It seemed a little cold for Tom. But then, ultimately, I think we all had the suspicion that's like, of course, he's going to end up choosing to save his friends, and in doing so, he will fulfill his destiny, and that is that's the kind of storytelling. It's like, we all know that this is where we're headed. It feels like the right note to end it on, and in particular, I've been listening to a Casterly Talks discussions about these episodes, and one of the panelists on there had made the suggestion, Gandalf's going to get his staff from that party tree in the Stora village. And I'm like, yep, that's it. They got it. Of course, that is ultimately where where it comes from. The Grand Elf thing, that when that happened, I was kind of just like, okay, that might be extending a little bit far beyond my taste. I didn't know exactly need the etymology of Gandalf, but it does make more sense from him just pulling the name out of thin air, like all the names that Nori and Poppy were trying to give him earlier.
Well, because it comes from a couple things, because, yeah, it does come from that, but it also, there's a lot of references to, find him again, earlier on in the season. And so I feel like it all kind of comes together in, and he comes with Gandalf. So I liked it.
Yeah,
and there was just something very soothing about when he says it, and you're like, oh, there we are.
Yeah, no, that final scene between Gandalf and Tom is beautiful and beautifully acted by Daniel Wayman, who has been so good in this role now that he's been allowed to, stretch his dramatic chops a little bit more and not just shout things as he did in season 1. But Tom, like the moment when when Tom is telling him, a wizard does not find his staff finds him, like his name. And then Gandalf has that line, Gandalf, that's what they're going to call me, isn't it? Gandalf the Grey. And Tom just smiles and says, now let the song begin. Let us sing together. And I'm like, yep, that's perfect. Beautiful. And then we got that version of the song that we had kind of had on the soundtrack earlier that I just thought was so lovely. So that all worked like gangbusters for me. Tom Bombadil was a resounding success. I would love to. I don't know if he'll be back for season 3. I hope he is, because I would love to see more of their dynamic, especially now that Gandalf has, at least for now, parted company from Nori and Poppy. And I will say that when we had alluded to things that we thought earlier in the stream that perhaps felt like they might have needed a little bit more breathing room, or like that we had kind of skipped over a beat or two in the storytelling, that the Harfoot storyline was one that I was thinking of specifically, because in particular, like the fact that Gandalf has that vision about Nori and Poppy being taken prisoner by the Dark Wizard, but we don't actually see it, and we don't see him decide to go and rescue her. That he just shows up in the finale and they're there.
Actually, that was one touch that I actually liked. I liked that, because we don't see him come to a decision, that it's treated as, of course he didn't have to think about it.
Yeah.
Like, of course he was always going to go rescue them. So I kind of liked that. It did feel like maybe we missed a little beat with the Dark Wizard, maybe.
Yes.
But again, I get it, because you had to devote a lot of time in the previous episodes to Eregion. Like it's just about real estate, and so that felt less jarring to me when I went back to rewatch the episodes. I think it's because I expected initially to see like more building up to that moment instead of just going straight to it. But once I rewatched the episodes, I was like, okay, no, this works for me.
Yeah, I think I just, maybe, as you said, it worked better for me on a rewatch, because I think I was just expecting that beat in between that storytelling, and given the fact that episode 7 was pretty much all Eregion and Khazad-dûm, it would have felt odd to cut away to the Harfoot storyline and the Stranger in the East, when that's probably the most disconnected storyline we have over the course of this entire season. So it worked better for me on rewatch, and the Dark Wizard in particular. The mystery of the mystery of his identity is clearly one that the show was not ready to unveil. We had an idea that Gandalf would get his name by the end of the season. In this case, I feel like we got more of a tease for the Dark Wizard going forward. This will be an opportune time to note that, while he certainly seems in many respects Sauron coded, the showrunners, J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay, had pointed out in interviews that they had actually specifically said, given what we know about the history of Middle-earth, it actually seems highly improbable that this could be Sauron. And I can't tell if that's them trying to say, no, guys, he actually is a different character. Maybe he's one of the Blue Wizards. Maybe if he's somebody else. Or if this is a John Harrison in Star Trek Into Darkness situation. I'm
still banking on the fact that he's a charlatan, that he's not actually one of the wizards.
I think that would probably be the most satisfying, because I do tend to feel like I don't really want him to be Sauron, because he seems so already corrupt, and that kind of would take away from me from Sauron's fall later. Wizards, we know so little about them that I guess they could do that, but I also don't know if that's the direction they're going to go.
Yeah, no, that's why he just doesn't seem to fit in as any of them. So my gut still tells me that, that he's just not actually one of the Astari. So that's going to be my position until, the only other thing I could say, maybe he's supposed to be one of the Blue Wizards, but that just doesn't feel quite right. Granted, we don't know much about them, but I feel like they're not really going, one of the things that we've talked about before is that, it's sort of a, even though this is officially not connected to the Peter Jackson films, it really is meant to, it's meant to go along with them. So for me, I don't feel like it's gonna try to necessarily contradict anything that in the way that Gandalf refers to the blue wizards in The Hobbit, an unexpected journey, where he's talking about the other wizards, and he's like, and there are the two blue wizards, and it just, that doesn't feel like one of them is super evil.
Yeah.
And so, and like I said, not saying they can go in a different direction, because for all its similarities, this is still, its own creation. But it doesn't feel right to me. So I'm still leaning into he's not who he says he is.
Yeah, and I think that this is a storyline, as we have mentioned before. I'm content to let it play out. I didn't need a definitive answer. I just know that people are going to inevitably speculate about it. And so when they give teases like this, I would just encourage everyone, as our friend at Force Center says, to speculate responsibly. I don't think it's unreasonable to think that he could be someone like Sauron or a blue wizard. I do rather hope, as you had suggested, that it's revealed that he is actually not one of the five Astari and is kind of, someone who has managed to come into magical powers on his own, but is, using them for his own kind of selfish reasons. And I do feel like this storyline isn't done. I think that Gandalf probably will still spend next season mostly in Rune dealing with the Dark Wizard rather than heading back directly to Middle Earth. So we have time to let this story kind of play out. And this was really more of the setup, the tease for it. And we also know that there are connections that will come, from the East when it comes to the main story. One of the Nazgul is an Easterling, so perhaps we could see one of Kamul, I believe his name is, the only one in Tolkien's Legendarium who's named. So perhaps we could introduce that element. Sauron's got to get the 9 rings to these people somehow. But as for the Dark Wizard, he basically served as kind of like, the reflection of the strangers, dark side in this season. He is the one who's basically trying to say that, we could overthrow Sauron and, be better than for Middle Earth than he is. And obviously that's a choice Gandalf needs to reject if he's going to walk his true path. So he served his purpose. And Kieran Hines was great in the role. It's clear that there's more that we haven't seen yet with this story. I was also wondering a little bit more about like the fact that they like set up this whole idea that these Easterling raiders that work for him are like somehow scarred or afflicted. And then we didn't really get a payoff for that other than the Dark Wizard kind of throwing them under the bus. So I hope that comes back in season 3. I thought they were really cool.
Yeah, I'm like, I can't be mad that we'll get another season of Kieran Hines.
Yeah.
It's like, as someone who does seem like born to play, a wizard, or at least someone pretending to be a wizard. I'm cool with that. And also, as we talked about before, like some storylines this season kind of just, felt like they were just moving the pieces into position. And so, and I'm fine with that. I'm interested to see where this story goes next season and how it eventually starts to tie in to the rest of, our main story.
Yeah, and in particular, one element of that is that I was not necessarily expecting that Nori and Poppy and Gandalf would part ways at the end of the season. It does make sense ultimately that, at this stage, Gandalf needs to kind of go off on his own journey. And I think they've kind of made it clear with the direction that they're going with the Harfoots that, one of the commenters in the chat had been asking why did Nori leave Gandalf. I think it's meant to be, because she kind of feels guilty about the fact that she kind of brought this Gandalf and the Dark Wizard down upon this village of stores. And as a result, they lost their home and they're devastated. And now for the first time in their entire history, they're going to have to migrate, which is something they have no idea how to do. And Nori obviously does. So it makes sense that she might feel that responsibility, much as she had felt the responsibility to the stranger when she found him, that maybe I should, these right now, Gandalf the stranger has kind of found his path and his destiny, and I helped him do it. But now these people need me more. And so I think that actually sets up interestingly for her at kind of taking along and bringing the stores along in their position, where eventually most of the ancestors of the hobbits we know what their destiny is. It is to find the Suzat, the Shire. And so eventually they need to start that journey, and for Nori to be the one who kind of helps lead them and, kind of helping to, undo a wrong that she feels like she did, even though the stores don't blame her for the destruction of their village. It made sense for them to part company. I did kind of feel like perhaps there was a missing moment where she made that determination or talked it through with Gandalf. But again, that was one of those things where I was kind of just expecting it. And so when we didn't get it, I was like, oh, but the emotional parting sequence actually worked really well, like the two of them.
Yeah, it'll just be a lot of this kind of, and I can kind of see why. I imagine there's some people that had some issues with the storyline this season, just because it is so detached from the main storyline. But it's one of those things where I think for a lot of us watching Game of Thrones and sitting through those first seasons of both the Jon Snow story and the Dany story, had we had the advantage of having read the books, so we had a notion of kind of where those stories were going, at least for the most part, given that the books aren't finished. Let's not go there. But we're in a different position here where we don't yet, even though, yes, we know the larger scope of the story, but as far as these story strands, these are largely, almost entirely invented just for this show, and we don't necessarily know exactly where they're going. And so for me, it involves just a little bit of, well, just let the writers cook. And I'm willing to see where this leads and how it all pays off for the larger story. And in the meantime, I think the characters are great. I enjoy watching them, and especially now that we know that Gandalf is in fact Gandalf. It made me so happy. I love when he sits down with Tom and they start singing together, and there's just something so comforting about not just having he's probably Gandalf character in the story, but being able to definitively say Gandalf is in a story, and that lends a sort of an element of like safety to the story, because we always feel safe when Gandalf's around, whether it's in The Hobbit or The Lord of the Rings or now in this story.
Yeah, it's hard to tell one of these stories without Gandalf. As part of the tapestry of Middle Earth, you have your elves, you have your humans, you have your dwarves, you need your wizards. And so again, I've mentioned, I was just so impressed with Daniel Wayman's performance as Gandalf this year. Now that he had kind of gotten to play a little bit more of a fully rounded character rather than just a force of nature, and his struggling with like his ability to control his powers and his destiny and the choice he thought he had to make between his friends and his destiny. That was all great, as was his relationship with Tom. And it really can't be overstated, the fact that, we had Ian McKellen portray Gandalf in absolutely perfect fashion in both The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. And the idea that another actor could embody this character seemed almost impossible, but Daniel Wayman's doing it. He is Gandalf, and he's a great Gandalf, which I just find so impressive.
Yeah, no, never would have imagined that I would have been at ease with another actor playing that role. because Ian McKellen was just such a perfect fit. When I remember when this is kind of a stretching back to tell a when I was young story. Um, uh, I remember when for not the very first trailer, but I think it was the final trailer for the movie came out, uh, and I was, of course, I'm such a nerd, so I said to my teacher, and I'm trying to remember what class it was, because he was my television production teacher, but we also had a sci-fi class. That's right, everybody, envy me. I was in a science fiction class. And he was also the teacher of that class. And I remember I asked him, can I show the trailer for Lord of the Rings? Because I had taped it off the TV. And there was this like snarky kid in the class who was like, um, oh, well, it's never going to be anywhere near the book or anything like that. And then we played the trailer, and I just remember the two comments that came out of that were from that kid who was like, oh, well, maybe it looks good. And the second comment was like, wow, they really nailed Gandalf. He's perfect. And so, like, just from the get-go, you just knew that Ian McKellen had, perfectly captured Gandalf. And so it's a really tall order to have someone else come in to play that character. And one of the great ways that they did it was by having him come in as this sort of unknown character who, we had our suspicions that, that he could be Gandalf. And then by the end of season 1, we were like, okay, they haven't said so, but like he's Gandalf. And so by having him kind of grow into that role, and so we kind of accept him as the stranger first, and then we get to know the character, and then by the time he's fully revealed as Gandalf, we just warmly accept him. And I just, yeah, he's fantastic. I would love to see if we actually get him in the proper Gandalf, attire by the end of this series.
That was another comment when I was listening to the Casterly Talk recap of this episode. What they were saying, like, well, Gandalf has his staff now, so now he needs to go get the rest of his Gandalf kit. He needs his hat, he needs his sword, and he needs his fireworks. Maybe that's a season 5 thing. He can get one of these items every season.
Yeah, some people are mentioning the fact that, yeah, Sean Connery, as Mother Royan is mentioning, passed on the role. And as much as I loved Sean Connery, like, no, that would have been really distracting.
Yeah,
but
it was destiny. It was destiny for Ian McKellen to play that role.
But yeah, no, I can't help but notice, like, I've never really thought about it before, but and I don't think he's necessary. I don't think Tom is necessarily depicted that way in like other artwork and stuff, but in the show they've distinctly given him a pointy hat.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm like, so is the implication here that Gandalf eventually gets a little inspired by Tom and goes with the pointy hat for that reason?
I would be fine with that. That's cool.
So yeah, it's, it wasn't, those characters weren't as big a part of this season as they were season 1, but there were still a lot of really good moments that I enjoyed.
Yeah, and before we leave this storyline, I just want to shout out like a couple things. One, Megan Richards, who was wonderful as Poppy, she gets the very classic Tolkien and specifically cinematic Tolkien moment of the hobbits giving the big speech about the way of the world and the lessons we've learned. And in this case, it's more sad tinged idea about, like, yes, sometimes things are broken and they can't be fixed, and the only thing you can do is try and build something new. And it plays over the montage of the entire, of, you know, all the other characters, even Sauron standing up there very sad on the cliff with his Morgoth's crown, but still sad because Galadriel didn't want to, you know, be his queen. But I did think that that was, you know, obviously, like, you know, it's never going to be, you know, Samwise Gamgee's speech from the end of Two Towers, because that's one of the best cinematic moments ever. But it was very, you know, truthful and sweet. And
yeah, I thought it was purposely more sobering than what we get there, and because, you know, and I think that serves a purpose, because there's a lot of really sad things that happen at the end of this season. But out of that will come, you know, she talks about building something new. And I think you see that very much, you know, like, you know, you think about Elrond, you know, the sort of sadness of the destruction of Eregion and all the, you know, the history of Celebrimbor's works and all that. And that's going to inspire him to, you know, they end up in, you know, in the Valley of Rivendell, you know, at the end of the season. But he's going to build the last homely house, and, you know, and have it be a haven and a refuge for all. And so that's him building something new. In the case of Sauron, he's going to go on to build the One Ring, which is a decidedly darker thing. And yeah, it's so I enjoyed it, but at first I was like, wow, it's kind of a downer, Poppy. But that's very much, you know, I think it's fitting just for all the things that went down this season, because we're not yet at the point where we can turn to Samwise and have the uplifting, you know, speeches. There's a lot of hard decisions that have to be made, you know, in the aftermath of everything that transpires.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, Poppy very much is the Samwise to Nori's Frodo in this story. So it's fitting that she gets that speech, and you know, and she's a character who had suffered immeasurably in her own life with the loss of her family, so she comes at it from a very authentic place. And it wasn't all sadness for her, you know, this season. You know, she did get her love story with Merrimack, aka Nobody, that was, you know, kind of cute, even if he did have a lizard for dinner and kind of left that aftertaste on their first kiss, which was funny. Side note on that, just as an amusing note, the actor who portrays Merrimack, aka Nobody, Gabby Singh Chera, I will always remember that when he was cast, and there were rumors swirling in the production up to before the season, there were heavy rumors that that actor, was going to be playing the Anatar form of Sauron. And you can see it because he's actually like a very handsome guy, but considering the character that he ended up playing, about as far from Sauron as you could possibly get, and what a great job Charlie Vickers did as Anatar. I think things worked out for the best, that rumor didn't have substance to it.
I'm just laughing because it's so hilarious, because people just love to run away with their theories. But yeah, and I just go back to those interviews of Charlie Vickers saying that he was reading those articles as they were filming, and he was playing Sauron. Oh God! But let's veer over to Numenor for a bit, where we have some of our most hated villains, you know, who are really villains, and I'm never not gonna want to smack the shit out of Kemen. Oh my God, he's the absolute worst, and like I know maybe we're headed towards him being a Nazgul, maybe, but like I'd rather he meet some grisly, horrible fate over the course of this show beyond that, which, that in of itself is a bad fate. But I need him to be seriously hurt, like a lot.
Yeah. Kemen is one of those characters who is designed to enrage you, and the only reason you don't hate him more is because you know that is the intention of the character. And credit to Leon Wadham, who is doing.
Nothing keeps me from hating him more. I absolutely hate him more. I don't care what the reason is.
Yeah. No, I mean, but the thing is, sometimes villains have complex or, relatable motivations, and sometimes they're just assholes. And in this case, Kemen had been kind of built up a little bit more as kind of the weasel who's has a very overbearing father, and he's not living up to his father's expectations. So what does he do? He doubles down. And when have we ever seen this happen in the world? That someone's trying to live up to the unreasonable demands of their evil father, and they try to become even darker themselves. He certainly earned his hatred this season. Starting with, it's hard to remember that, because it was all the way back in episode 5, but him killing Valandil by stabbing him in the back, just a dick move, man. And and obviously by the end, when he's there at, now he's in Pelargir, and he's, lording it over everybody and, making it clear that they will be, essentially indentured serfs, and telling them to cut down the trees. You're like, I can see where, his mother's prophecy about him meeting ill ends will come to fruition. I do think because he is now in Middle Earth, and we know that 3 of the Nazgul are Numenorians, he could very well be someone that someone's like, oh yeah, this fucking guy is going to be so easy to bend to my will. I'm giving him a ring. But it would also be equally satisfying, given, what he's trying to do to the trees, to have him squished and torn apart by the ends. That might be fun too.
Yep, Cass is right there with you. Yeah, no, let's just pour one out for Valandil.
He was a real one.
Oh man, I was enjoying his character so much, and especially he was really showing himself to be, a very high quality throughout this season. But then as soon as that happened, I was like, oh, I see. This is what they're doing with Kemen. Okay, it all of a sudden made sense why he's been the worst throughout this show, because that's exactly what he is. And he's just going to keep getting worse because he needs to impress Daddy, and also because he can't be made to look a fool, and because oh god, but as horrible as people like Kemen, Farazan, and that other dick who I'm not even going to bother to look up his name.
Belzegar, Lord Belzegar, played by Will Keane. That is a dude who I'm absolutely certain is going to be one of the Nazgul. I don't know if he's the Witch King or not, but I think when I look at him, I'm like, you have Nazgul written all over you, because we do know from the lore that at least 3 of the Nazgul are Numenorians, and I'm just like, yep, you're gonna, and we know it's not gonna be Farazan because he has a different terrible fate in store. But yeah, I think that once Sauron makes his way to Numenor, that dude's getting a ring and is falling into shadow, if he's not there already.
Now that said, as much as it's I wanted to smack the shit out of those characters, but then we also get the characters that we love, I mentioned, even though Valandil has a horrible fate, we've got him. We have Elendil, who gets freaking Narsil this season, and I was so delighted. I didn't really get a close look at Narsil when they showed it in season 1, but seeing it now, I'm really glad that it might be a little different, but they more or less stuck with the design of what we know from you know, from the Lord of the Rings films, and that made me really happy. And then the whole sequence with you know, where he's going down to uh, to face the Kraken or whatever it is, the sea monster, and Muriel takes his place. Like that was such a great sequence. And there's this one shot after Muriel goes into the water that like just tracks in towards her. That was like, oh man, I feel like that must have been used in one of the trailers. And if
Yeah,
it
it was.
wasn't, yeah, because that is such a use me in the trailer shot. and yeah, it was just so good. Like she's been amazing. Just Lloyd Owen as Elendil has been amazing, and I'm with everybody who was firmly shipping those two in season one. I love the two of them together. They're not in a position at the end of the season where that's going to go anywhere, sadly.
Yeah.
But Elendil is off to at least better things than he was going through this season. He's going off to be with the other faithful, and and we're going to start to get his arc with him ascending eventually to the throne of Gondor, or not Gondor, but
Yeah.
well, eventually Gondor.
Yeah. Gondor.
Yeah, and yeah, and so I'm so excited because it's feeding into the stuff that is so foundational to the story that we all know and love.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah, this season in Numenor was very much a transition season, even though we got a lot of really meaty material with Pharazôn ascending to the kingship, and Elendil like kind of reaffirming his faith, and Muriel having her trial, which that sea trial sequence is just some of the most awesome stuff from the entire season. It's just so visually epic and cool. And yes, as Cassie points out, there are two characters I have absolutely no compunctions about shipping, and was indeed vigorously shipping them myself: Elendil and Muriel. Even though I know they can't end up together because of the lore, I was just like the scenes between the two of them. Like first in episode 5, where she puts her hand on his chest, and then the sequence where he's imprisoned and she goes to visit him, and he's ready to die all nobly for her, and then she asks the question, "But what of my heart?" And you're like, okay, I know exactly what you're actually saying here, even though you can't say it out loud. But the captain and his lady and his queen, they're holding a torch for each other. It's so clear. And the when they put their heads together, and Elendil has the very beautiful and potent line and foreshadowing line of when he that we've heard before, when he says the sea is always right, and obviously that foreshadows Muriel actually being validated by the Valar and through this trial, which Pharazôn still manages to twist around, but we are very much making it clear that this is the side of right in this conflict. And yes, and then the scene in the end where Cassie has the line where mentioned the line when Muriel's getting ready to send him away, and Elendil's like, "Where is my place if not by your side?" And you're just like, oh, what could have been for you two? What could have been? But I do think that this season in Numenor could be a little frustrating to some, because we do have characters who are just so odious in Pharazôn and Belzegar and Kemen, and they're the ones who are winning, who are the ones who are in power. But obviously, given how important we know Numenor will be in the upcoming seasons, it was necessary for us to see all of this, and for us to see Elendil ultimately rising to become the incredibly consequential figure that he will become, because he started, off of the season, he was a sea captain and a petty lord who seemed to be kind of running from his, from that heritage and wasn't openly acknowledging his faith. But we have seen him now double down, where he's now become Muriel's strongest supporter and is willing to follow her vision, even if he would rather remain by her side. And now he's going west to link up with the Narian, as Cassie points out, which it does seem like we are, after 2 seasons of Where's a Narian watch, we're finally going to get the other Elendil's other son in season 3, which I'm looking forward to. And when Isildur ultimately returns to Numenor, it will be to a very different, landscape than the one he left. But it's going to be such a rich potential for storytelling with everything that has unfurled in this season. And even Earian, Earian was a character who was also designed to frustrate us by siding against her family with Pharazôn. But I think we got a hint that she might be second guessing that loyalty.
Yeah, I will say, I still wish there was a bit more nuance with her character. It did feel a little like she was turning up the evil dial a little more than to my liking earlier in the season. I do like the fact that she eventually comes to her senses. But yeah, it's probably the one I don't mind, like, the other characters being so sort of unambiguously evil and odious, because quite honestly, we have characters like that in the real world, or not characters, just people in the real world who are like that, who are just, unrepentingly twisted and evil, and it actually seems, perfectly reasonable to see that in fictional characters as well. But I do wish we had gotten a little more of her journey first to really why, because we do get a little bit of her grief for Isildur, who she thinks is dead, but it feels like it could have been a little more subtle in the writing, and then maybe even with her performance, which I think she's really good throughout. But I don't know. Can't be pleased with everything, and that's one of the things that I'm like, I could have used a little more nuance there.
Yeah, I think that her initial heel turn earlier in the season, where she was just full on for Pharazôn and clearly coming from a place of anger and grief, that was a little bit jarring to watch. Where the character really started to work more for me was in the scene where she is pleading with her father in episode 6 before he is the one who's going to be put on trial, and she's basically begging him to bend the knee, even as Muriel was asking him to do to Pharazôn, because we recognize that this poor young woman, her father, she thinks her father is essentially all she has left. She believes her brother Isildur is dead. Anarian seems to have kind of been more committed to following the path of the faithful. He hasn't really been around. Her mother died in very tragic fashion when she was very young. And for her to, even though her father is now her political adversary in many ways, he is still her father. And we see her kind of fall upon that. And, she doesn't want him to die. And that's very understandable and relatable, but it makes it all the more powerful when we see Elendil, even though he has his differences, he obviously still very much loves his daughter, but he's not willing to essentially live a lie and betray everything he believes, even for her, even to save, to save her. Because that's like the Ned Stark choice, very much the opposite of what the choice that Ned Stark ends up making, where he ends up trying to save his daughter by bending the knee, and it doesn't work out for him well, in a different kind of story. Elendil is very much, he's a righteous paladin who is not going to abandon his faith. And it's meant to show us and show Anarian that, like, there are things that are worth dying for, which ultimately is a lesson. And it is notable that she is the one who goes to Muriel and gets, has Muriel come to Elendil to try and convince him. I did think in the second half of the season we started to see more of that complexity in her character, which I think is essential because ultimately, given the fact that she is not in the later, Tolkien stories and is an original character, I do suspect that she will probably perish in the fall of Numenor, and it will be important for us to feel like that is a loss. That because Elendil and Isildur and Anarion will be devastated if they lose their sister in that way, and we as the audience kind of need to feel that pain as well. So this was kind of part of that journey. And I do think Emma Horvath is continuing to do a very good job with a very complicated character who are not necessarily coded to like. But I do think that it's an important role for the show.
I did not think that we would get to actually see the faithful on the other side of Numenor this season, and I was right because there just was never going to be time for that. But I am very happy that we're moving towards that for next season because I've been very interested to see what's going on with that half of Numenor, and it'll be great to see Anarion, and it's I think that's going to be really interesting. And we do catch up a little bit with Isildur in the finale, which this I keep wondering like what was originally intended for all this stuff. When before, obviously when we lost Bronwyn, and given the fact that we see, sorry, we've been going on for a long time, so my mind's just blanking. But the fact that we see Arondir, catch up with the others at Eregion, and like, he gets a solid story for the season, but I just wonder like what shape that would have taken, if Bronwyn had still been, and how Isildur and those other characters would have factored into that if they had something else planned, or if this was the way the story was always going to go, and maybe part of the reason why, why the actress pulled out of the show was maybe if Bronwyn was going to die earlier in the season, maybe she just didn't want to come back just for that. But we may not know for a long time, if ever, what was originally planned, because it does. I could go either way on it. Either maybe this was as much that was planned for these characters overall, or maybe there was a more expansive plot originally envisioned for them. But we just don't know. But so this was the one thing where it felt like it's kind of weird that we don't see Isildur and some of these other characters since like episode 4, I think, and then we catch up with them, in episode 8. So, you could argue it's another instance of just sort of that maybe Isildur just needed to, sort of be saved this season and eventually work his way to heading back towards Numenor. But it does feel like potentially there was more planned originally.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, when they made the decision for Isildur to be left behind in Middle Earth at the end of season 1 with that death fake out that we knew wasn't a real fake out because we knew Isildur had to survive. He always was going to have a story of like growth and learning of, both kind of what he had that he hadn't placed as much value on with his life in Numenor, but also learning to, value and appreciate, what will eventually be his new home in Middle Earth, and the people who live there, his like appreciation for the so-called low men, and the fact that he actually like has real empathy and affection for them and forms a good bond with Theo and has kind of a burgeoning, love with Estrid. That is all things that I feel like were probably necessary for his character to go through. It's just because it was so sparse through this season, perhaps we didn't feel the full weight of it. In particular, like the whole love story between Isildur and Estrid. Like, I mean, I thought that Maxim Baldry and Nia Toll did great work together in their scenes, but we probably needed to see a little bit more for us to truly feel like they are, the destined lovers. But it was still effective to see, when she's having that scene talking about the fact that like her fiance is laying the cornerstone for the house that she, that they're going to live in, and she doesn't. She feels sick because she knows it's not right. I mean, it kind of mirrors ultimately Isildur feeling like he needed to go and, he wasn't content with the life he had in Numenor. He needed to go find something else. And I do think, if nothing else, the scene that we got with him in episode 3, where he talked about his mother and the loss of her and how it has shaped him and to trying to do something that he believes is worthy of her sacrifice, that was enough for me as a cornerstone of his emotional arc this season. But it did feel somewhat sparse. It felt like one of those seasons in Game of Thrones where a character only appears in like 4 episodes, and you're like, okay, well, they'll hopefully get more to do next season. And I do think that he will play a huge role in season 3. But ultimately, this was probably the most perfunctory storyline in the entire season, and I do feel that. Was it shaped by the loss of Nazanin Boniadi as Bronwyn, her decision not to come back? I hope it wasn't. It kind of does feel like it may have been. And if that's the case, then that's a shame, but it's one of the things that we had talked about that extensively when we discussed the first 4 episodes, that, sometimes the real world does affect the artistic, creative storytelling. And I personally still continue to wish they had recast Bronwyn and continued her story, but they chose not to. And the story that they did tell was valid, and it did have an impact for Isildur and for Theo, and for the new characters, Estrid, and for Arondir for the time he was with him in the story. But it is probably the storyline that was the least, memorable of the entire season, even though it gave us the Ents and the Entwives. And that's okay. There was nothing here that I thought was bad. I just thought it was probably the one storyline that I was like, that needed more time to cook if we really wanted to feel like we got everything out of it that we would hope for a character like Isildur.
Yeah. And just hold on a second. I'm going to dip out because I lost my camera shot. So I'll be right back.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, so and specifically talking, because I can see a couple people in the chat are talking about Arondir, I did want to eventually shift the conversation back in that direction, because I found Arondir's story in this season actually pretty effective, even though I was frustrated by, the fact that he had lost Bronwyn and, was now having to live a very different life than the one he had hoped that he would have to live when he was envisioning a life with her. And it kind of set him off on an interesting direction where, he, for a long portion of the, hey John, I was steering the conversation over to Arondir because a couple of people were talking about him in the chat, and how, he kind of jumped storylines from Pelagir back to Eregion. But the influence of the storyline that from Pelagir still stays with him, because he is very much a character who in that middle part of the season is essentially consumed by vengeance and wanting, essentially to take it out on Adar for what was taken from him. And that's the kind of thing that makes me wonder, as Cassie is speculating, that perhaps this was always the direction they intended to go with the storyline. Because that feels more like, something that would have been deliberately planned out. And in particular, seeing Arondir, try to, be so intent on trying to kill Adar and having Galadriel have to try and talk him out of it. At least in that moment, there was that beautiful scene where she talks about where he's like, basically, he can have my life. He's taken everything else from me. And she gets him to respond by saying, there's a dearth of elven heroes. It would be a shame to lose your life. But then he does go up against Adar and he loses. And there is a moment when it actually looks like he's been killed. I thought he had been killed initially, and then I'm like, wait, they didn't really show him dying. I think he's probably going to be surviving. Sure enough, he is. But I do think that is an interesting arc for him to go on, where he had to kind of learn essentially that, a story we've seen many times throughout fiction, but the idea that, as Adar himself kind of had, ironically posed, never make war in anger. Vengeance is going to leave you hollow and not make you fulfilled. And by the end of it, seeing Arondir with the rest of the elves in the Valley of Enlardus, and it seems like he will now be more of a rebuilder and a healer going forward, as well as a warrior. I think that's an interesting arc for his character to go on, even though...
Yeah, it's like his arc felt solid throughout the season. I actually thought, like, if anything was lost by, if they did have to change things because of not having Bronwyn, and unless it could be that that's exactly what was planned all along. But if it wasn't, then I feel like the other characters in that orbit kind of suffered more than Arondir did, because I feel like they actually created a good story for him throughout the season. And it's like nothing like seeing a pissed off elf racing to take down his enemy, and I thought it was really good seeing how, I love the stuff with him and Galadriel, especially their reunion felt so wholesome, because it's like these two warriors on the battlefield who don't really know each other that well, but they're both like of that same kind of, maybe they're very different in terms of the kind of elves they are, but they do feel like they're from that same stock of like those battlefield elves who they get each other. And so even though like I said, they only kind of met each other in passing last season, but I feel like they both respect each other highly. And so I loved their connection, and I love when he saves her. Like, you don't even see who it is; you just see the arrows, and you're like, "That's Arondir." And yeah, it's he has definitely taken up the mantle of that sort of Legolas type character in this series, who like. Don't mess with him when he's got his arrows.
No, he definitely is the action hero, and he's great at it. Ismael Cruz Cordova has always been great at portraying both Arondir's physicality as well as his emotional conflict. And it helped to have him in the Battle of Eregion kicking ass and fighting a troll and trying to take down Adar, if not successfully. But I'm very glad that he's still with us. I was worried very briefly that they were about to kill him off at the end of episode 7, but I'm glad that he will continue on. And in particular, because a couple of people in the chat are mentioning the Remember the Rumiel moment, which I will note that I mentioned it in contact with Arondir. Adar does say it to Elrond. But Rumiel was he's basically an elven lore master from the early days of the First Age, and so he basically is probably somebody who has had a lot of wisdom that has been passed on through the generations of the elves, and remember that Círdan in that lovely moment in episode 2 points out he was probably a drunkard too, but he still managed to make some very nice some nice wisdom for his kind to leave. But yeah, I think it was a lesson that Arondir needed to learn as part of his ongoing efforts to get over the grief of losing Bronwyn, which he may not, that wound may never fully heal. will carry it with him the rest of his life. But now he will, much in the fashion of, as Poppy says in her speech, some things are broken, can't be fixed, but all we can do is try to create something new. And seeing Arondir in the Valley of Rivendell with all of the other surviving elves makes me feel confident that his journey will be one of ultimately aspiration and hope.
Wait, okay, and this is I do want to say, since we're mentioning Teardown, for those who wanted to see more of Ben Daniels this season, that is another reason why I can highly recommend season 2 of Foundation, because he's in that, and oh my God, he's good in that. So check that out for that reason as well. When I saw him pop up, when he first shows up in that show, he's got this really haggard beard. But I was like, is that Ben Daniels? And then sure enough, yes, it absolutely is. I just love that these science fiction and fantasy shows are getting these really, famous British actors, who are just so amazing. Speaking, while we're talking about like the battle and stuff like that, I want to mention, like, a very small character who just appears in the one episode, but I want to mention Rian, played by Selena Lowe, who gets off some great, shots with her arrow, and one very vital one. Like, she's really kind of barely a character. She's just, in the battle, but she really made an impression. And plus, she has the name Rian, which is a name of a character from Dark Crystal: Age of Resistance too. So I always use any opportunity to drop a mention of that show as well. But let me see if I can. Yeah, I did get a picture of her. Yeah. She did her job in battle, and made a shot where it counted. Like we've talked a lot throughout the stream about the characters and the emotional moments. Just like, but I do want to take some time to just talk about all the really great, not all of them, but some of the really great action beats throughout, especially episode 7. Just like the epic scale of everything. I love when we get the shot of the elves riding in, especially that first shot where you got the horsemen, rearing up, signaling the elves' arrival. And then as they're riding, there's this great overhead shot where you get all the horses riding. And it's just like one of the biggest things ever to be on television. And I just, when I was watching, because I actually watched those 2 last episodes this morning, because I wanted those especially to be fresh in my mind for the discussion, and I was just like, holy shit, this is insane. And it's great because, you watch the way everything's staged, and you've got all these extras, and it's like, it's really going back to what made the Lord of the Rings films work so well, which was, and I don't want it to sound like I'm, dumping on the Hobbit films, because actually there's a lot that I really enjoy in those movies. But one of the things that I kind of struggled with in those films was how much was done with CGI, in terms of, like, especially the soldiers and battles and stuff like that. And even though Lord of the Rings does make, use of like the massive technology to create, these shots of vast armies and stuff, there's so much of those battle scenes were extras all over the place, and that's very much what they do in this show as well. And just seeing all those, all the extras in orc makeup, and and all the elven warriors in armor, and all that stuff. It's so gargantuan and and glorious. It's just like that's the kind of stuff you love to see with your epic battles.
No, I mean the siege of Eregion and the preseason lead up, it had been, pitched as a fact that this will be like a multi-episode battle, and on the scale of some of the biggest things we've ever seen, either on television or in the Middle Earth, which obviously has no shortage of incredible battles, whether that's Helm's Deep or Pelennor Fields, or and when you think about other fantasy great battles in Game of Thrones, like the battle for Winterfell and the battle at the Wall, and everything along those lines. This is up there with all of them because they set the stage brilliantly, and then they got us invested with emotional characters on both sides of the conflict. Obviously, more heavily tilted towards the side of the elves, but yes, we had the Uruks as well, and Sauron himself, and it just like when you build up to the lead up of it, and like the siege starts at the end of episode 6 with the flaming trebuchets, including the one that like flies right at the camera, and then the screen cuts to black, and you're like, let's fucking go. And then episode 7, it's almost all entirely battle sequences. But it never, like the best battles in Game of Thrones and other shows, like it's never just like wall to wall action. They seed in the emotions of the characters and like the lulls to make you feel like it is a battle that's dragging on, and it's brutal and it's costly on both sides, but it is an epic, one of the great battles of the age. And it helps, as you pointed out, that it feels so tactile and real, even when they do have CGI sequences worked in. Like those work really well. Like the scene where they turn the trebuchets on the mountain and to dam the river, and Sauron in one of those scenes like realizes what they're doing. And he says, like, prepare for ground assault, and you're like, ground assault, and then you realize that what the orcs are doing. You're like, oh shit. Adar really, is not messing around here. And then when the orcs start piling over the muddy bed and assaulting the walls, and like it feels brutal and it feels real, and we are seeing characters we like die. Like I had mentioned earlier, Myrdania, like that heartbreaking moment on the walls where Celebrimbor is pleading with her to listen to him, and she is like backing away from him because she no longer trusts him. She's fallen under Anatar's spell, and then Anatar himself basically seizes that opportunity, even though she has been now like very devoted to him. He casts her aside and blames Celebrimbor for it with the hand twisting motion that sends her over the wall, and then she falls and is brutally, grievously wounded, but she doesn't die. And then the orc walks up and like brings the sword down on her. Like it's heartbreaking for a very for a relatively minor original character. Like it hurts. And you had mentioned Rian. That's a character who is obviously meant as more of as like a secondary, if not tertiary character. She gets a great moment, and her death scene is beautifully staged and framed. That shot with her with all the arrows piercing her, like obviously very evocative of other characters in the Lord of the Rings who we've seen fall like that, like Boromir and like Celebrimbor himself. But it's like it feels like truly one of the most important battles of the age because they took their time with it. They recognize that like we have to make this feel as epic and consequential as all the battles we're familiar with from the Lord of the Rings series, and they pulled it off. It is a truly remarkable achievement.
Yeah, no, I think it's one of the most astonishing battles ever, certainly ever committed to television, and it is up there with anything from the films. Just absolutely breathtaking, and yeah, the thing with Myrdania, it's so like it's right in line. It's the same thing as what happens to Glug. Later on, it's Sauron. That's his deception to play. He will make these people, just completely fall under his sway, and you know, and think that uh, it's it's everything to be loyal to him, and then he'll discard them without a second thought. Um, and and it's for all of his you know words that he has for Galadriel, it would be exactly the same with her. You know, if she fell under his sway, he would use her for exactly as long as he needed her, and then and then he wouldn't need her anymore. And it's just so brutal, and um, and then just perfectly in keeping with who he is. And um, I just it's the whole thing with Celebrimbor, and when it really is so heartbreaking when he thinks he's gotten free, but by that point Sauron has so poisoned everybody against him that everything he says sounds absolutely crazy. And in fairness, when he says the thing about the mouse, that that like does go on the edge of being like, okay, he's a little cuckoo, but they're not even prepared to hear something like, no, this is actually Sauron, you know, um, just because they're so under his sway that seems utterly ridiculous to them.
Yeah. And they do some great visual framing of that, with the mastery of the illusion, where Celebrimbor is telling him, like, if you don't believe me, cut him open and see how black his blood is, black as pitch. And then Sauron has kind of a ironically funny and those sad moment where he holds up his hands and like, I'm red blood. You all see red blood. But Celebrimbor is just so devastated that, he has finally achieved what he thought was a moment of clarity, and now nobody is willing to believe him because they have all fallen under Sauron's spell, and Sauron knows it. He goes straight up to Celebrimbor and is basically like, I will spare your city if you finish the 9 rings. And Celebrimbor agrees to do it because he doesn't have that much choice, but he is at that
but
point.
It is great also that's the moment when the elves show up as well. So it really calls back to sort of that moment when all hope is lost at the siege of Gondor in Return of the King, and then you hear the arrival of the Rohirrim, and it's great. Yeah, but that moment earlier on when he does show Celebrimbor, the blood coming out of his hands, the reveal that the mithril is actually Sauron's blood, was just so chilling, because I didn't see that coming. I was like, because it's the dwarves refuse to give him the mithril, but then he says that this comes from uh, Navri, and you're like, well, maybe, I I could see that if maybe he went to him himself and like maneuvered that. I certainly didn't see that it was going to be his blood. And when that reveal happens, I'm like, oh shit. and of course that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, they had made a subtle allusion to it in episode 6, where we saw Sauron like cutting his hand shortly before he gives Celebrimbor the mithril, in that idyllic vision sequence where everyone is happy, and playing in the courtyard, and we get the awesome visual transition from happy day to darkest night, that was rightly lauded, but it. Ultimately, I think that this is a moment where we're meant to realize that Celebrimbor, even though he is still doing Sauron's bidding against his will, he has finally arrived with at least somewhat of a moment of clarity and humility where he is looking for his way out. And that moment where he finally recognizes what he's going to need to do to get free, where he puts his hand in the vice that will, sever his thumb, and he hesitates in that moment, is telling himself whose will is mightier, and then brings it down. That really is just some great acting from. I mean, it goes without saying, every single moment with Charles Edwards as Celebrimbor in the sequence and in particular, but throughout the season, is outstanding. So we don't need to, constantly be saying it, but goddamn, in this particular sequence, leading all the way up to his absolutely phenomenal speech to Galadriel, it's the pinnacle of everything.
Oh, God. Yeah. I have to praise him just for that whole scene with Galadriel as well. Just the way, Celebrimbor sort of becomes the vessel of, communicating all this hope after the guy who's, suffered so much throughout this entire season. And really props to him, like earlier in the season, because because of course, he talks about in this scene with Galadriel how he knew the entire time, but such is the deception of Sauron that he wanted to believe, though he wanted what Sauron offered, and so you can see that in his performance throughout the season, where even as he reasons his way into believing everything that Sauron says, there's always this part of him that is like that can see it, but is imprisoned and can't, verbalize it, or gather the strength to sort of realize what he knows in his heart, and it's just so terrifying to watch. And there's that scene at the end of, I think it's the end of episode 5, where he goes like upstairs and he's looking at his hands and he's shaking, and he kind of looks back down towards Anatar, as he's talking to the Smiths, and and you can see in this performance that there's this like part of him that knows, but he just can't come out of, the hold that Sauron has over him. It's such masterful acting, and just, horrifying and tragic and all that. And so when he finally fully comes out of it, and like his breakdown scene where the spell is broken, and he sees exactly what's going on with the city, and then he comes back in and he sees the forge, and he just starts breaking down, and like, oh my God, it's you and I have talked before about how we really hope that Charles Edwards gets an Emmy nomination. He probably won't, because the show hasn't, and the first season really didn't get much in terms of Emmy noms, and if you're not HBO, I don't think the Emmys are particularly interested in fantasy shows. But it's just such a astonishing performance, and the same thing goes for for Charlie Vickers. The fact that so much of the heart of the season was those two acting against each other in a room, with all of this epic stuff going on around them, but they were just so amazing. And and as I said before, it's sort of really sad that we don't get Charles Edwards anymore in the show, but I think what he did with the character was just so amazing that he's really made his mark in terms of sort of the larger what's the word I'm looking for, in the legacy of Tolkien adaptations. And and it's just going to be hard not to think of him, and when you think of great characters for these movies and TV shows.
Yeah, and he is an incredibly consequential figure in the history of Middle Earth. So it is fitting that he had such a wonderful actor give him such, torch, beautiful and vibrant life in this show. Spiel called Von Sparta in the chat points out that the tragedy of Celebrimbor is that he partially wanted to be deceived to be a great creator. That made it difficult for him to break the spell, and that really goes to the idea that he is Feanor's grandson, and Feanor created the Silmarils, and even though he was the greatest of Elven smiths, he always felt like he had not been able to live up to that legacy. And the appeal of what Anatar/Sauron offered him was the chance to do that, the chance to be that. And he does create, the marvels of the age. This series is called The Lord of the Rings, and who is the creator of the rings? Celebrimbor. And so he is a character who was always destined to, those of us who knew his tragic fate, and we're always anticipating this end, but it could have just been, a cool moment in the lore. The reason it hurt so goddamn much is because Charles Edwards made us feel every beat of this character's downfall in the manner of the great tragic heroes that you would see in most of classical myth, because that is what he is in many respects. He is the character whose ambition and his pride became his undoing and his fall, but he got that moment of quiet redemption at the end that makes his journey feel all the more satisfying if heartbreaking.
Yeah. Oh, damn. These stories for giving us these tragic figures with their, who get their redemption at the end, but oh, too late. I still remember going to see Fellowship of the Ring back in 2001 and sobbing like a baby for Boromir. And and just when we opened on well, it's not quite at the open, but when we get to that moment in the finale where he's just lying on the floor, with all those arrows sticking, and I'm cracking up because in the I think it was like in the after show for it, Charlie Vickers talks about training to use the arrows, and then in the show, it just shows Celebrimbor getting, pierced by the arrow, and then it cuts back to Sauron just holding. There is like all that practice for nothing. Oh god! But no, yeah, I really wanted to come back around to them as we kind of get close to winding down, because like we've been saying, so much of this season has been them, and they've been the heart of it, and yeah, it's one of those things where I talked about earlier on in the stream how I didn't expect going into season 2 that Celebrimbor was going to be such a central figure, despite kind of knowing the part he plays, obviously in the story. But I didn't know like he was going to be so much of an emotional, point of the season. And so it was a bit of a surprise when I saw the soundtrack cover and it's that image of him dropping the 9 into the fire. And I was like, oh, wow, Celebrimbor gets the the image on the soundtrack cover. And then watching the season, you're like, absolutely, of course, he is sort of the central figure of the season. And I love the fact that the show gives him that moment of making the decision where, even though it ultimately doesn't work, he makes the decision to destroy the 9, and he has the willpower to do that. And and again, you mentioned at that moment where, he makes the decision and cut off his thumb just to escape. And it's like, who has the greater will? It's just, oh my God, so great.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Obviously, not the fact he had to sever his thumb, but that he found the strength of will in that moment to do what he needed to do to free himself and break the cycle of abuse and torment that it extended from Morgoth to Sauron and then from Sauron to him. And in particular, it all leads up to that final speech that we've touched on, but just the writing of this particular speech was just so beautiful. The one that he gives to Galadriel, it's kind of like, even though he goes on and has a few more scenes after this, this is really the culmination of his character when he tells, Galadriel is basically recognizing that he's about to sacrifice himself, and like, she's apologizing because she's like, she feels like this is her fault that she let Sauron in, and that he made his way to Eregion, but Celebrimbor, forgives her, and he basically, and I'm just going to read it. He says, "Neither of us was strong enough. There might not be anyone in Middle Earth who is, but perhaps the elves need only remember that it is not strength that overcomes darkness, but light. Armies may rise, hearts may fail, yet still light endures and is mightier than strength. For in its presence, all darkness must flee." Namari. God, that's just some of the most beautiful writing in the entire show. And it's so true to the spirit of Tolkien's work, even though that's original lines. He didn't write those, but it very much lives in, everything we love about this world and Lord of the Rings. And I think it was one of the reasons I found the ending of this season so moving was because, even though Celebrimbor dies, his words live on through Galadriel, because when they're all looking to her, what do we think we should do? Should we, hold back and fortify our defenses, or should we go fight? And she quotes Celebrimbor that, I would remember his words of wisdom that, it is not strength that holds back the darkness, but light. And that's what inspires Gil-galad and Elrond and Elrondir to, raise up the sword. And we see that the elves are, even though they have suffered immeasurably, they are very much ready to fight, because they are the light, all of them together, and they will hold back the darkness ultimately.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier, but I just absolutely love that the season ends down in Rivendell. It's because perhaps I should have seen that coming, but again, as I said earlier, you just get caught up in the story and you kind of forget what the big touchstones are, and it's just so great. And yeah, I'm glad that it's not done over the top. It doesn't. We don't get like what we got with Mordor, where it revealed the title. It's like we don't get a subtitle that says Rivendell. For those of us who know, we know. And it's visually very familiar if people are are knowledgeable about the films at all. So it's just beautiful. And again, all praise to Bear McCreary, because he just, the way he brings it all home, with the music and then going into the end credits, it's just it's absolutely amazing. And I'm about to splurge on the episode albums, which are going to cost me a lot of money, but if it takes those as long to come to CD as it did for season 1, which was about a year and a half, I'm not going to be able to wait that long for the CDs. So so I'm just going to go ahead and say the hell with it and buy all the albums now. I do have the standard season 2 album that's like 2 CDs that's pre-ordered. That's being mailed out, I think, at the end of November. So So I will have some physical media.
Yeah. No, and especially for a show which I don't know if we will ever get it on true physical media in disc. Maybe they will, Amazon will do like a complete series, Blu-ray Steelbook at some point if physical media still exists at that point, which we hope it does. But you gotta have something tangible to hold on to from this show. So
yeah,
soundtracks will do for now.
I'm kind of up in the air about that because I could very much see them releasing like a full series box set when it's done.
Mhm.
But also, I have no idea what kind of shape the physical media market is going to be in by the time that happens. Because if we figure it's, uh, 2 years for every season, we're still a number of years away from the end of the series. So who knows? Like by that point, there definitely won't be any like actual stores still selling Blu-rays. It's going to be dependent on online shops, and so um, I'm hoping we still get something eventually, but we'll see. At least make it available for download outside of Amazon so people can watch it when they want. But I think that's like the major thing that annoys me is when they keep these shows behind the subscription paywalls. If things are moving towards digital, like that feels like an inevitability that it's going to happen, but at least make them widely available to purchase so you don't have to get a subscription service. Like, I get why they're doing it now, but like after the show's over. One of my big annoyances, I mentioned Dark Crystal Age of Resistance earlier, that the only way you can legally watch that is still through Netflix, which is ridiculous. They canceled the show. It's been like 5 years. Uh, if they're not going to release it on Blu-ray, at least make it available to, purchase, like elsewhere, digitally. But it's just the way things are. I may or may not have my own copy of that series obtained through other means. Not saying I do.
Oh no, of course.
But
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah. I will say Amazon Prime, not a perfect streaming service by any means, not a perfect company by any means, but the fact that they are the ones who are willing to spend this much money on this show and that it does actually seem to be a genuine passion project for Jeff Bezos. We have to count our blessings on that front because obviously it's a very expensive proposition show, and other companies might not have been willing to put up with that upfront cost. But the fact that I feel so confident that we will get the full 5 seasons of this show is not a gift that I'm willing to take for granted. I'm very glad that the show lives where it lives right now. Just give us the book, the Blu-ray at the end.
Yeah, and I will say, like, you and I both take satisfaction in knowing that because of all that sweet Amazon money, that this show is going the full 5 seasons, despite with what some people would prefer. It's like, oh, you can't do anything about it. It's
take it up with Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, exactly. I do want to say thank you for
thank you.
New subscription. We appreciate it. Yeah, we kind of just we really don't at this point we don't do with the aim of gaining any new subscribers because we just ramble on for as long as we want to. And it's we don't know if that is does us any favors in gaining new subscribers, but we do appreciate it.
We do. Thank you.
But yeah, no, I feel like we've covered just about everything. Is there anything we missed that you want to discuss?
I mean, the only thing would be that since we did talk about Rivendell and we haven't specifically said his name quite as much as I think we may should have, we should talk about Robert Aramayo's performance as Elrond, because he really was one of the highlights of this season. I mean, I loved his performance as Elrond in season 1 as kind of a younger, more optimistic version of the character. He went through a lot of shit this year. He was, starting to take on some of the cares that will lead him to become the Elrond we know, that who's a little bit more guarded in the modern Third Age. But goddamn, Robert Aramayo was great, especially in the battle sequence where he really was kind of the hero that we were following through most of it. And he also brought in the empathy and the pain and the kindness, the moment where he, says goodbye to Galadriel, even though we know that it's a ruse. And yes, they kiss. We know that's not probably what a lot of people were happy about, because he's supposed to marry Celebrimbor, who's Galadriel's daughter. But obviously he was doing it as a ruse to pass her the thing to help so you could free yourself.
No, that was one of my favorite moments, precisely because it's a ruse, and I didn't even go online, but I knew people were gonna lose their shit over that, and it's it's because he needs a distraction so he can, pass her the whatever it is, as a. Way for Galadriel to get out. And I love the look that she gives him after that. It's like, really?
Yeah. It was a moment that obviously we were, it was jarring to those of us who know the relationship that Galadriel was eventually supposed to be Elrond's mother-in-law, but I'm also this show has clearly established them as two characters who have a deep love for each other, even when they are have ideological conflict, and they very much are brother, sister, close platonic friends, even though, Galadriel's much, much older than Elrond is. But that moment after they had been essentially at odds the entire season, I felt the emotion of it, even if it wasn't meant to be a romantic connection. And that also is taking place in a high charged scene where, Adar is basically threatening to have Galadriel killed, and Elrond has to talk his way out of it, and we see that this is where the master politician, comes in, but also Adar kind of mocks him for being a courtier in that scene. And it's you're not a warrior. And Elrond's basically you've never seen me do either. So don't tell me what I can or can't do. And we're starting to see more of that steel that will make him one of the great Elven lords going forward. I thought the performance was great.
No, Cassie, you're absolutely right. That is an absolute. What the fuck was that look? And I thought it was great. Because it is meant to sort of feed into I feel like it's in that moment the show is aware of the larger conversation going around, and it's yes, if your show only, you can kind of read that there's romantic stuff going on there, but those of us who kind of know what their actual relationship is, it's oh no, are they really going there? And then to find out it's actually just a ruse as a way of giving a distraction, and so there's all these different things going on that's even outside of the show, but inside the show it's has its own levels of, again, being a distraction, but also her response being just, again, what the fuck was that?
Which credit to Morfydd Clark for her acting in that scene as well. She was great in those final moments. But in particular, like before the kiss happens, I do love that moment where Elrond, again, they've been in conflict for most of the season, and it is not a guarantee that Galadriel will be able to escape. And they have that moment where he goes up to her and he just says very quietly, "Forgive me," and she responds, "When," which really kind of shows that they understand one another in that moment, even if she wasn't expecting, the kiss. But it pays off in the later parts of the, when Galadriel, having just faced off against Sauron, is dying, having been pierced by Morgoth's crown and fallen off the cliff. And Gil-galad is trying to save her using the power of the Elven rings, and it's not enough. And what does it take? It takes Elrond finally accepting that these rings can be a force for good as well, and to save his friend, he puts the ring on, and he saves her life. Which for Elrond, the healer, the great healer of Rivendell, that was a beautiful.
Yeah. Oh God. I love it, and I know they also talked in the behind the scenes just about how they purposely sort of linger on that shot of Elrond's face before showing him actually slipping on the ring. It's just building up to that moment. I thought it was so beautifully done. And yeah, no, I think probably the reason why I didn't talk more about Robert Aramea, because he has the duty of sort of just leading the charge of the battle for most of these episodes, and so it can be easy to kind of overlook what he was doing, but he just had so many great moments that the confrontation with Adar, the moment with Galadriel, the moment with Durin, and then just the breakdown when he realizes that Durin's not coming. And yeah, he's like he had to do so much in these episodes, and it's just it is great to see him sort of acquiesce to using the ring, and the fact that it's to save his friend, that he finally gives himself over to that. It's a great culmination for everything that was going on earlier in the season, between butting heads with Galadriel to also having those conversations with Círdan, and it's just so great. And to have obviously the fact that at least initially it seems like the magic of the rings is going to be used to to sort of fortify and protect Rivendell, and then I'd be interested to see how that works later on, because obviously at a certain point they won't be using the rings, so it's Rivendell is protected with elven magic, and but it's interesting to see that journey for him this season, where it's like I don't want to mess with any of that stuff, because it could very much be corrupted, and to come into a place where he comes around on that. And if we need us, like if you needed further proof, he doesn't actually see this, but Galadriel does. Just the ultimate proof that actually these elven rings are inherently good is what it does to Adar when he puts it on. We talked about that earlier, but it was just so great seeing Adar in just his pure elf form. Yeah, it's just so many great moments throughout these episodes and throughout the whole season. Yeah, I know there's, as evidenced by our chat tonight, there's a lot of, disparate opinions about the show. But for myself, I absolutely adore it and love this season. And that's been aided a lot by the fact that I've been stepping away from, larger conversations about these things. You and I very much talked about how it's much more enjoyable watching these shows without exposing ourselves to social media and the like. And I found that's the case with pretty much every show I watch, not just this one. So. And movies too, as evidenced by the movie I just went to go see. And I'm glad I didn't have all those thoughts of, the larger conversations that seem to be going on about that film, when I went in to see it, because I just had my own opinions. So.
Yeah. No, I mean, I have been very grateful to have this show for the past several weeks, even if it was, a relatively brief run, because they started off with 3 episodes at once, which was great in the moment, but then it meant that it was we only had the show airing for about a month or so before it's going to be a couple of years before we see it again. But just the joy that I got from watching all of these episodes and seeing the show, operating at what I consider to be such a high level, and the way that the story has progressed, and the emotions I felt from the characters, both, from the original lore and the original characters. I just consider this season to be both a tremendous success and a gift that I am grateful that we got to share. And that's one of the reasons why, while I understand that people have complicated feelings about this show, sometimes in good faith, sometimes not, I will always respect people who just feel the show doesn't work for them on a narrative level. I will not respect people who are taking the show to task for daring, for instance, to show a fantasy world that has characters of different skin colors and creeds as, part of Tolkien's world. If that's your philosophy, then I have no respect for that. But in particular, I found that this show, the way it told its story and the respect I felt that it had for, all of its characters, I don't watch quite as much TV as I used to, but I kind of feel like this is the kind of show that is worth, getting lost in, getting invested in the way I did with Game of Thrones when it was airing, and that I have with some of my favorite TV shows ever. And this show is one of them. After season 2, I can definitively say that I think that this show is special, and it's going to be one of my favorite television shows ever by the time it's done, if it maintains this level of quality and continues to rise. Because as someone who loves, this world and these stories, again, people can have different opinions on it, but I feel like this show honors the spirit of Professor Tolkien's work, and that is something that I, whether or not he would have approved, I don't know, but that I think that the people who are making the show clearly love his work and his world, and they are trying to tell a story within it that, respects and honors his vision. I truly believe that. And so as long as I believe that, I will be here in support of this show.
Yeah, I just go back to, like, I don't know, people can have all the conversations they want, but for me, it just goes back to, my state of mind when season 1 was airing. I think it was about halfway through the season when I lost my mom, and my world was crumbling. And as it had been throughout my entire life, I found that Tolkien's world was there for me, and I was really grateful to have this series on the air, so to speak, while I was going through that. And like, again, people can talk about, adaptation choices they don't like, or story directions or whatever, but at the end of the day, like, there's a certain spirit to Tolkien adaptations that is healing, and that's what this show was for me during that time. And it's 2 years after I lost my mom, and I'm still in horrible pain from that. And so to be able to sit down and watch a show like this that has those moments that we've been talking about throughout the stream, where Celebrimbor talks about, that it's not strength but light that defeats the darkness, and and that's very important to me. That's there's a certain quality to Tolkien stories that no other stories I've ever encountered really capture in that way. And and like I said, I felt that way going all the way back to when I first cracked open the pages of The Hobbit, to when I saw Peter Jackson's films, uh, including the Hobbit films, which I have a lot of issues with, but they always still maintain that quality of being healing. Little less so during some, really over the top Alfred scenes, but but for the most part, there's still a lot of stuff that, but it's always been very healing and calming and life affirming. And I have felt that watching this show to such a degree that it means the world to me, and I wouldn't trade that for anything. And I'm so glad that I have the show right now, and I'm going to get to have it for the next couple number of years, for however long it takes to finish out the series. And so that's why I don't, I talk about, I don't really care too much about all the discussions that are going about people, um, who kind of veer towards the negativity side of things, because that just, like, it doesn't matter to me. I love this show, and and everybody else can enjoy it or not enjoy it in the way they want to, and I'll be over here just just feeling the joy that it brings me. And I guess that's all I have to say about that. But yeah, I guess those are final words. So I'll just end on that note.
Yeah. Nothing is being lost. The original books are always going to be there for people who are unsatisfied with the show. For us, something very special is being gained with this show. And so we will always value that. And we hope that those of you who also enjoy the show, found our conversation, about it, positive and perhaps not enlightening, but just, a celebration of something that we love, which is what we endeavor to do on this channel, which, we will continue to do that, to do that. No matter what else we discuss, or what we talk about, that will always be the guiding light on this channel. So,
yeah. And I did see some people in the chat mentioning War of the Rohirrim coming out in December. We already have that scheduled, as we'll be having a discussion about that. And, that'll be another joyous occasion for me to just sort of soak in my love of this world. I'm going to get to go back to a theater and enjoy that. I did recently get to see the trailer for it on an IMAX screen, and holy shit, it looked great. And and I can't wait to experience that. That's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, no. So I guess that's just about finishes things up. Loved the season. I can't believe now we have to wait another 2 years probably. But they gave us a lot with this season. And to it'll be a lot of fun to go back and rewatch not just this season, but season 1 as well. And not that I should be rewatching anything, because I still have a lot a lot of other stuff to be watching. but it's Lord of the Rings. I always rewatch Lord of the Rings stuff. So again, just previewing what we've got coming ahead. Next week, hopefully, is our discussion of Back to the Future, which, unless I have no power because of the forthcoming hurricane, but I'll let you guys know what's going on with that. Hopefully, we'll be able to go ahead. I do have a feeling that even if the hurricane doesn't hit us directly here, I'll still lose power for a couple days. So if it comes back on, by Sunday, we'll still go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
So yeah, but anyway, I do want to thank everybody for joining the chat. Things got a little contentious, shall we say, but I think with a couple of exceptions, things were for the most part respectful. And like I said before, disagreements are fine, but just so long as we're civil towards each other. But yeah, there we go. We just hit 4 hours, which I feel like we needed for this for this discussion. But yeah, anything else you want to mention before we close out, Jared?
Nope. Just we remain very grateful to all of you who come to watch these discussions. John and I have talked. We would just do them for ourselves, even if nobody was watching. But when you decide to come and show up and participate in the chat and when you do subscribe, if you do subscribe, we do sincerely appreciate that. And you're always welcome to come back as long as you understand that we are, we're a positive channel in our spirit, and we're going to talk about things we love and things that we value, even if we don't think everything is perfect and shiny and beautiful. But we ultimately, it's just light over darkness. And as I think no matter what anyone thinks about Tolkien or about this particular Tolkien adaptation, anyone who is a fan of any Tolkien story should be able to appreciate that idea.
Yeah, and I will say a lot of people have said in the past that, oh, John, you like everything. If you want to know what I don't like, just see what isn't covered on this channel. But yeah, that's been the mission statement from day one. There's a lot of channels on YouTube that go on and on about things people don't like and hating on things. I don't do that, so, or at least I try not to. And so there's a lot of stuff that that we just don't talk about on here, and that's the reason why. Just because I don't really like to spend my time that way. But yeah, like I said, next week will be a lot of fun. No, there shouldn't be any contentiousness with Back to the Future. I feel like everybody loves Back to the Future. So
even me, who just saw it for the first time.
Okay, good. You had me in suspense because I knew you had to have watched it because I canceled last minute, and you hadn't really said anything. So
we'll get into it, but it will be another positive discussion. Let's put it that way.
Okay, cool. I don't know if this wow is because somebody just discovered that somebody else just discovered that you've only seen it for the first time now.
Yeah, if you want the full story on that, go back and watch our mid-roll on our previous discussion on Anna Karenina, because we explain how that came to be. And we will revisit it next week if we do have the stream.
We will really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I know that I gather that a lot of people get their fuel from getting angry about stuff, so we may not be everybody's cup of tea, but we are grateful for the people who come here for the positivity. And even if you don't, like I said, we just ask that everybody is respectful. And to be honest, like I will go ahead and say I think I don't know if he's signed off yet or not, but annoying critic said everybody ? And yes, everybody. It's like disagreements are, like I said, they're fine. And I will say that I've seen a lot. What we had tonight were largely just disagreements, um, about certain things in the show. I've seen a lot worse in like chats on other channels when it comes to the show, and some of the things that we see, sometimes in discussions, like that veer into just pure hatred that go beyond just like the actual content of the show. That's the kind of stuff I wouldn't stand for. But I think we were okay, tonight. So yeah, it's definitely thanking everybody for chatting along tonight, and hope you guys have a great night. And yeah, and we'll have some fun stuff coming up in the weeks to come. And yeah, hope you guys come back. All right, and that's it for me. And I'm trying to think. I feel like I had something else to say. No, I guess we're done.
Yeah.
No. Anyway, it's as a great way to end. I'll just say, everybody, go listen to some Lord of the Rings music, whether that's the Bear McCreary music for this show or Howard Shore's great complete recordings. You can't lose either way. So, hope you guys all have a great night, and we'll see you next week, or hopefully next week. Namarie.
Namarie, the sun yet shines.